Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Patrick. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello?
That's better. Patrick, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. G'day.
Good day.
My name's Anton.
Anton.
Yeah.
Anton, it's John Sutner speaking. I'm with Kate McNally.
Sorry?
I am with Kate McNally.
Okay.
Where do you fit in, Anton, just so I know?
What's that? I think because we're just in a room, like one of the upstairs rooms in the courthouse. I think
Okay.
yeah, I think there's a bit of confusion. We're not expecting a call from anyone.
I'm supposed to be receiving a call to join in the Coronial.
Oh right. Well, I think this is the wrong the wrong number. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you somehow get me back into the Coronial? Hello?
I don't. I'm
Hello?
sorry. I don't. I can't help you.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
sorry.
Patrick? Okay, it's John. It's John Sutner speaking. I'm with Kate McNally.
Sorry.
Hello? Hello?
I think hang up. That guy said he can't help.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Oh, no, they're having technical problems. They're dialing us on the phone.
So you get a video feed, but not a...
No, that's on YouTube, so it's delayed.
Oh.
So we can, yeah.
Wait, so... It's not live.
It is live, but it's delayed.
Oh.
So we were talking, and like, hello, 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 on the phone, and that was on, and suddenly a little while later, it goes, hello, 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 and like, hello. like a dog with a doorbell ring.
This is still on, by the way. Did you notice you were scolded? You the one you tried it.
Go on, those. And send a couple of emails, I'll pop back.
The leave the door open, so you can hear.
I'll be able to do it.
Just a while.
Hello?
Hello, is that someone on the phone? Is that Mr. Sutner?
It is.
Thank you. And who are you acting for today?
First of all, I am with Ms. McNally of McNally & Co. We act for Sergeant Lee Bowens.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I just mention that because we're on the phone, there is a time delay between me talking and you hearing and vice versa. So I will just ask you, A, not to regard my silence or my noise as rude. I propose to mute my phone in a moment. And secondly, if you invite me to address you and I don't immediately address you, will you just bear in mind the time lag?
I'll try and remember that, and I'm sure you'll remind me if I forget.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And have we formally granted leave for Mr. Suttner to appear on behalf of Mr. Bowens?
Yes, Your Honour, that was done on the papers.
Thank you.
That's for both Ms. McNally and me. That has been granted. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. And Mr. Reid, you're here today as well?
I'm here on behalf of the witness, Constable Earl, and I understand that granted leave for me to appear pursuant to section 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
And if Your Honour pleases, my name is Kazimir Zichi-Winarski. I appear for NG Health.
Thank you. Someone's helpfully provided the spelling.
Your Honour, can I indicate that Ms O'Neill and I have returned to appear for the Walker, Lane and Robertson families?
Thanks, Mr. Bowe. Now, just before we begin, I handed down a decision on Friday last week with a non-publication order. I have received some submissions on behalf of Constable Kirstenfeld in relation to the non-publication order. The non-publication order will continue, and I'll deal with those submissions and the future of the non-publication order a little bit later today, perhaps at morning tea or perhaps at lunchtime.
May I please call? Your Honour, I call First Class Constable Adam Eberl.
First Class Constable, thanks for coming to court today. Before you give any evidence, do you promise to tell the truth to the court?
I do.
Thank you.
So could you please tell the court your full name
Yep, Adam Craig Ebel,
and your current rank and station?
Constable First Class, and I'm stationed at the Alice Springs Police Station, attached to the college in Darwin.
How long have you held a role attached to the college in Darwin?
Not long, maybe about a month.
And what are your duties there with the college?
I'm an instructor. I instruct firearms. Yep.
Your Honour, just checking the live stream is working, thank you. Sorry, First Class Constable. You're giving evidence because you were one of 4 IRT members, plus a dog handler, Officer Donaldson, who went to Yuendumu and were in Yuendumu on the day that Kumanjayi passed away, correct?
Correct.
You were in fact in House 511 when Kumanjayi was shot by Constable Rolfe.
Correct.
In relation to that, you've given previous evidence in a number of forums. I'll just point those out. You were interviewed on the 10th of November 2019 at 3:05 a.m. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
And you were interviewed on the 13th of November 2019 at 2:14 p.m. to provide some further details.
Correct.
Have you read the transcript of those interviews recently?
No.
At some stage prior to giving evidence today, did you read the transcripts?
At some stage, yeah.
You also then gave evidence on the 2nd of September 2020 in the committal in relation to Constable Rolfe having been charged with murder and manslaughter as a result of the death, correct?
Correct.
And you gave evidence at his trial on the 22nd of February 2022.
Correct.
So your training and experience as a police officer tells you, doesn't it, that it is important to capture a record of an event as soon as possible after it occurs?
Correct, yeah.
And that's because your memory is freshest at that time?
Correct.
And that early account is important because it's captured before your memory can be contaminated by another account.
Correct.
That's true of all witnesses to any incident, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And in your case, you were interviewed at 3:05 a.m. just the morning after to create a formal record for this important investigation, correct?
Correct.
And that interview was recorded in terms of your video recording and audio recording, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And that first account that of what happened with the shooting of Kumanjayi is one where you gave evidence that is honest. Is that right?
Yes.
And to the best of your ability, you gave a free account of what had occurred.
Correct.
And it's an accurate account of what occurred.
To the best of my memory, yes, correct.
What you say at page 2 of the transcript from that first interview is, all right, mate, I'll do my best. Obviously, it's 3 a.m, so I'm a little bit fatigued. It's been a long day, but okay. And you did do your best to give an account.
Correct.
Your Honour, I'm going to ask that that account be played in court.
Thank you. Yes. Is this recorded on the body-worn video?
No, Your Honour, I thought it was a stationary.
I think it might.
Might be by Axon Body. Can you just pause that there? Constable, can I ask you, do you recall where this interview took place?
Yeah, one of the rooms within the Yuendamu police station.
And you see there at the top of that notation, Axon Body 2. Does that indicate to you that the actual recording is done with body-worn video?
Correct, yeah.
And do we take it that that's because at that time you're in Yuendamu and there weren't the same facilities that you might find in Alice Springs in terms of video recording?
Correct.
Thank you. We're going to need some technical support, Your Honour. I'm just going to ask that that be paused.
We will adjourn briefly.
Running well-oiled machine.
Maria, we've just been told that it's not turned up fully. But do you mean on which machine, Julia?
Yeah, just pull that, just touch it so the thing comes up.
Soundbar.
Yeah.
Do you want to try playing it now? Please.
Still pretty low.
Yes.
But also, where's the have you got water there?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Just a little
They're just on the phone to our court officer.
Oh, okay.
You were looking pretty chilled, actually.
If that's not a definite, but just to run by him what is the scenario is, because we're going to have to do some forensic work.
occasionally, and as I said, I think the technology has been working really well. Sorry for that delay.
No worries.
You probably think otherwise, officer, because probably every time you come to court there's some sort of technical delay, but we've actually been doing really, really well. We'll see how we go.
And Your Honour, I think the issue here is just that it was captured on body-worn video, so it creates a different technical challenge. In my respectful submission, we should give it another go and see if we can all hear, and if not, then Constable Ebel will assist us by having access to the transcript and reading it. So if we could just try that now.
So, my name is Plainclothes Senior Constable Benjamin Powell of Regional Investigations Division, Alice Springs. This is a court of statutory declaration of witness Adam
Ebel, yeah.
And can you spell your surname?
Yep, yeah, E-B-E-R-L.
And this interview is being conducted at 3:05 a.m. on Sunday, the 10th of November 2019. You've already stated your full name. Can you please state your date of birth?
Yep, 9/4/30.
And what is your rank?
Constable first class.
And your position with the Northern Territory Police?
I have a few different positions, but I'm with usually with the community youth engagement team. So I deal with the youth in town. Also a firearms instructor, and also I'm part of an IRT.
And what's IRT?
Yeah, media response team. So like anything where they need more a tactical approach or people do a search and rescue, that sort of stuff.
So I wish to talk to you today about an incident that you might have information about. It is important that you tell me the truth. If you can follow, if you can repeat the following after me, please. I, Adam Ebel,
I have Ebel.
solemnly and sincerely declare the following to be true.
Solemnly and sincerely declare the following to be true.
So, as we've had a brief discussion before, we're here to talk about an incident which has occurred today yesterday being Saturday the 9th of November 2019 in your community. I'd ask you to please tell me about that incident from the start.
Alright mate, I'll do my best. Obviously it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm a little bit fatigued. It's been a long day, but okay. I was at home today about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, so it would have been the 9th, Saturday the 9th. I got a call 1 or 2 to 10 for IRT, immediate response team deployment to Univoo. And that's what I got. They were told I'll be out for a couple of days, so just bring whatever for a couple of days. No worries. So got ready and then raced off to the station. Were at the station there. Had a little bit of a briefing. Saw a little bit of footage about this incident happened a few days ago, where this Arnold Walker apparently breached his parole. Members from here had attended, tried to arrest him, where he picked up an axe and ran at the members before escaping. So
Occasionally, and as I said, I think the technology has been working really well. Sorry for that delay. You probably...
No worries. So we grabbed our stuff. We deployed for Univoo community. It would have been maybe just before 4 o'clock we left Alice Springs. We got to Univoo approximately 6:30 in the evening. We had a bit of a briefing here with the local members just about what house the incident happened, where he usually resides, anywhere else that we might find him as well. So we left here about 7 p.m. and headed out to I think it was house 577. Don't quote me on that, but it's just what I can recall. So went there and I was in a vehicle with Tony Hawkins, and we drove around to the back of the premises just to create a bit of a cordon around the premises. I believe Zach Rolfe and James Kirstenfeld went to the front
Donaldson, the dog handler, he come around to the side of the house. So when we arrived at the back of this place, there was a fellow at the back who was sort of raking the dirt, sort of cleaning up his yard a bit. And one of the other colleagues approached him and asked if he knew where Arthur Walker was and if anyone was in the house. And he said, he's not here. There's no one else in the house. But then my colleague had mentioned, because I was in clear audible sort of distance, I could hear what he was saying. He said, I can see someone run across. There's someone else in the house. Don't lie to us, mate. Anyway, so James Gerstenfeld and Zach, they went into the house to search and just found a young 12-year-old kid there. So the house was clear, and then the bloke at the back mentioned that he would be at this potentially across the other side of the oval to this other house. So me and Tony jumped in our vehicle. We just followed the others because they knew where this house was, because they had a map in the car. So then we drove there, and it was either a blue house or a red house, and that was just on the other side of the ocean, not far from, I think, where they had the funeral gallery. So, alright, so James and Zach went to the blue house initially, and I went to the red house, and Tony walked around to the back just in case someone was going to run over the back of the place. So I was speaking to a couple out the front. Do you know, is there anyone else in the house? Do you know who this Walker's here? And they're like, well, I don't know anyone's in the house. So we're not the owners there over there and that sort of thing. So I waited for one of my other colleagues, Zach, to come over, and I said, I had a look in the house and I seen someone go to the back and shut the door. So I said, I knew someone was in the house. Didn't know who it was. So I said, someone else in the house, mate. Do you want to come in and we'll search it? He goes, yeah, no worries. So me and Zach went into the house, and as I walked in, this fellow was it's sort of like a room, and there's another doorway that goes into another room at the back. And he was sort of in that sort of doorway there. Young fellow had a hat on and that sort of stuff. And he started walking over towards the door, the front door there. And I said, hey, what's your name? And he just tried to keep walking as if he was just going to try and run out the door. And I just sort of stopped him and said, hey mate, hey, what's your name? You know, he sort of didn't really respond. And then Zach sort of said, come over here mate, against the wall, I just want to have a look at a photo just to check. You're not in trouble or anything at this point mate, I just want to see who you are. So Zach, the door was sort of over there, the fellow was leaning against the wall, and Zach was here and I was sort of here. And I got the phone up next to him and said, oh yeah, no worries mate. And I can't remember what he said his name was, but it wasn't Arnold Walker. And so Zach goes, no worries, I'm going to put his phone in his pocket, goes, put your hand behind your back. And that's when the guy started to struggle. So we grabbed him and then he started to really kick off. So distraction strike to the side of his face. So that would have been his left side. I think I hit him here. Just so he would relinquish, stop fighting, so I hit his arm. Then he sort of come out from the wall at this stage, and Zach looked like he had lost his arm. And so the guy sort of started slipping there, sort of back this way. So then I've sort of come around and then tried to grab him from behind, because that way he can't fight from behind, because you're not designed to fight backwards. And at this stage, I've heard a couple of loud bangs, like, like that's what it, and I was like, bloody hell, like, has my gun gone off or what? Because it sounded really close. And at this time, I could see, because as I had him, I could see over his right shoulder, and I could see he had like a little, I didn't know what it was at the time, but I thought it was maybe just a sharp stick hanging out of his right hand. And then I sort of pulled him to the ground, and then sort of like rolled him over, and then I realised I could see that there was some blood there. And he's like, drop the scissors, let the scissors go. And because he was still hanging on to some scissors, so I've basically pried the scissors out of his hands, and then we've handcuffed him to the rear, and I realised he'd been shot. Because prior to that, I didn't know what was going on, whether someone was shot from outside or it was a beanbag shotgun going off like that. I wasn't too sure because I couldn't see. And then we're like, now I could hear yelling and stuff going on outside. And I said, look, and then they go, nah, let's get him out of here. We've got to leave. Because there was like people driving to that location. So straight away, he was handcuffed and we picked him up, started walking out the yard. Then a dog came and attacked me. So then I kicked that off and kept going to the back of the cage and put him in the cage. And then we got him to the back of the cage with him so we could try and do the first aid. Then we got locked in the cage and we started driving off to the police station. At that time, we've taken the cuffs off and then taken his shirt off in the back so we could see his wounds and so we could assess what sort of first aid we need to apply. I could see on his back there was a couple of wound holes, and on the front of his chest, I can't remember which sort of side there was. I think it was where the entry wound was because it was sort of coming out of the back. Right, so we knew we had obviously some chest injuries, but
I just want to check that anyone listening in, this evidence is distressing about Kumanjayi in the police station. And so if anybody doesn't want to hear that distressing evidence, they should stop listening.
And then we've pulled him out and we've just taken his pants off out there as well, so we can get a full, he still had pants on. And then we've just so we can get a full scale look at what's going on. Then we could see that a couple of the fellas that come over and they got a bit of the first aid kit just on the ground out there in the car park. And then they've got a bit of plastic and put it on the front and the back, and then you try to use some bandages to try and keep the plastic on. Because Jimmy and I think he's been in the army, and I think he's obviously knows a bit more first aid from his army days. So obviously, he was saying it was a lung puncture, so potentially both lungs had been punctured. So we were just basically trying to stop let the lungs breathe so get the blood out, you know what I mean? So, alright, so that's, so we decided from there that we're, I think someone went inside, I don't know who it was, but someone came out and said, oh, we can put him in the cells inside rather than leave him on the ground. So we've got a blanket and put him on the blanket, and then we've carried him into the cell inside. And then we've monitored his vital signs and tried to make him comfortable. Obviously someone had mentioned that contacted and tried to get first aid and get the ambulance here. So that I think someone was coming from Uluru community, but they were going to be a little while. So yeah, we got the defib there on standby and stuff like that. And then we're just monitoring him, monitoring his vital signs, his pulse. He was on the ground there. He wouldn't listen to us. He was trying to get comfortable. He was trying to lie this way, lie that way. He was mentioning, save me, you know. He was trying to get us to hold his hand, you know, so we're comforting him. We're doing our best to do that. So we monitored that, and we've had the bandage come off from his moving around, and so we've tried to replace it a few times. But because he wasn't lying still, I wasn't going to hold him. There's a lot of blood everywhere on the floor. So, and then from that point, we keep monitoring him, and then someone's called Triple O, and then James had mentioned he had like a hemothorax, but it was an internal one where he said that obviously the blood was starting to, you can see on his stomach was starting to bloat a little bit. So obviously it was the pressure on the outside of the lungs was pushing the lungs, so it was obviously he was getting less and less oxygen. So then he was sort of going down. You could sort of see he was sort of becoming less and less responsive, trying to take more gasps of air to get some more air. So obviously he his less sort of oxygen space for him to gasp, but it was sort of shallow breaths. Kept talking to him, trying to keep him alert, trying to get him to stay on one sort of side sort of thing initially, and then after a bit we sort of tried to sit him up on a mattress, get him comfortable, sort of try and let the blood drain out and stuff like that, but he kept saying, no, I want to lie down on the floor. He was saying he wanted to lie up on one of the beds up there, but we said, no, you need to stay on the floor. So it was all happening a lot at that time. And then as he sort of deteriorated, we whacked the defib on, but there was so much blood it didn't stick really well. And then we were doing compressions with, I think someone was on the phone to, there must be some jobs at 000. They were sort of helping give advice and stuff like that. And they were doing compressions, and I was just trying to help out, trying to stick on the pads that weren't sticking on, because it said, the defib kept saying, check the pads and that sort of stuff. So we're trying to like stick it on, and then we searched for the other vehicles to try and see if there's any other defibs, to see if we get some new pads, but there was no other defibrillators, and that was the only pads that was in there. So we just kept doing compressions and stuff like that. And then I was sort of running around outside, and then coming in. Can't remember what I was doing. I think I tried to get a cloth, a cold cloth at one stage, wet cloth when he was still alert. Just coming back a little bit because I said that very, yes, but I'm just trying to, it's just coming to me as I'm sort of speaking. Yeah. And then at one stage I popped down, and then I'd come in, and then they'd stop, so they must have been told to stop from someone on St John's or something like that. So yeah, so that's basically what happened to that point. Then I think I don't know the time frame between when that happened. No, hang on. Yeah, so afterwards I went and assessed Ralphie, because he said he think got grazed in the shoulder, on his left shoulder. He said that, yeah, because he mentioned that the bloke was trying to stab us when we were handcuffing him in the house originally. Because I didn't see it initially, because he was obviously on his left. This is obviously going back, so I'm just remembering. That's why I assessed his shoulder. He said he thought he got a graze. So I took I could see a little rip on his work shirt, on his shoulder. So then I pulled his shirt off, and then he had another undershirt, and that had a hole in it. It looked like there was a little bit of discolouring in his shirt, like there was a little bit of blood. So then I pulled that away further. There was a puncture wound there from the scissors that he was holding. So it got, I think Tony came in, and he obviously got his body worn footage of the injury. Yep. And then I think by this stage the two nurses from Uluru community arrived, and they did an assessment on the deceased, Arnold Walker, and then they looked at Rolfie and patched him up. And then some members were coming from Alice Springs to assist. So we jumped in, we organised what we were doing. We jumped in, they told the community that we were taking the body or something like that to we were getting more medical staff or something. So they understood that that's what we were doing. So they were being calm. So they told something like that, this is all hearsay because I wasn't there when it was told, but I always mentioned that they told the community that to stay calm, because if you're angry, the blame won't land. So they were sort of mingling out front, but they weren't doing anything as such. So we decided we'd take 2 police cars and the medical wagon, the ambulance, and the 2 ladies jumped in that, and then we drove to the airstrip to get the other members. Springs. And then we headed back through the community. When we left the police station to go to the airport, there was probably about 100 people at the front of the police station. So we're like, all right. When we come back, all those people had moved into the middle of the community, but where we had to drive through. And you could see a lot of the community members picking up rocks, and then they started pelting the car. And one went through the front passenger window, just missing the colleague's face. And it hit Felix Alfeo was driving, hit him in the arm. King's son was in the front passenger seat. And then when we got back to the station, I mentioned on the radio, hey, we've been pelted by rocks, windows just been smashed. Jumped into there, and then could see that the other vehicles had been smashed as well. And one of the nurses was walking back to the inside the station, and she was bleeding from the head where she'd been struck by a rock to the head. So then we sort of came inside, and then she was getting attended to. And then we sort of had a bit of a plan about trying to secure the station. I think that's when Terry sort of took charge of Forward Commander then. And then he mentioned, we'll just do a couple of patrols out there just to make sure no one's jumping the fences. And then TRG, and that worked anyway.
So just a couple of things I want to make sure we cover off on the party. So at the time of this, were you issued a police body worn vehicle camera?
Yes.
And was that activated?
Yes. Before we got out of the car, we activated it.
Yeah. And when was the recording finalised?
Not for ages. When I had a tussle on the ground when initially wrestling, my body worn ended up on the ground. I've picked it up on the way out and tried to attach it to me somewhere. So it might have been No, they weren't seized by me. I think Tony took Rolfie's shirt and exhibited that or put it in an exhibit bag. And I think his weapon was taken off him.
But you weren't responsible for anything. And crime scenes, were you responsible for any of them?
No, I didn't do that. That was the other Unimu. Not the sergeant, but the other set in hand. I re-entered the crime scene once it was established at the body. It was me and Felix Alafeo. We put him into the body bag. But it's on a crime scene log that was established.
Besides this statement that we're doing now, have you had any conversations with any person about what has occurred in regards to providing a complete version of events to them?
I had a bit of a chat to one of the other members, but it was more for my own sanity, a debrief about my own thoughts and what I was doing and that sort of stuff, because I only had one person view. Yes.
So, you say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, was that more of a,
he mentioned what he's seen, and I was saying, oh, well, I didn't even see that, because he was there too.
how much
Yeah.
was that?
Tony.
Do you know what time that was, approximately?
It was after we retrieved the other members from Alice Springs from the plane. We were doing a court and a walk around. Yeah.
Alright, so Adam, I just asked, is all of what you told me today the truth?
Yep, that's to my knowledge. Yeah.
And you understand it's an offence to make a statutory declaration that is false in any material?
Yeah, of course.
And can you please tell me where we're making this recording today?
At Unimu Police Station in one of the interview rooms, I'm not sure what number.
Do you know today's date?
Yep, it should be the 10th. Looking at my watch. Of November 2019.
Constable Iberl, when you got the call on the 9th of November in the afternoon to ask if you'd come in from the IRT, you explained in that first interview that Sergeant McCormack said you might be out there for a couple of days, so just bring whatever for a couple of days, and then you got ready and raced off to the station, correct?
That's correct.
You were due to start at 4 p.m. that day,
Correct.
but you were happy to go in earlier as requested.
Correct.
And in your second interview on the 13th of November, you explain this about what happened when you got to the station. The sergeant was there with a couple of other members, and you were asked there, what did he tell you in relation to the deployment? And you said, I asked him, I was at home, and he goes, you want an IRT deployment? And I go, okay, where are we going? And he goes, Yundamu, should be for 1 or 2 days, so maybe 2 or 3 days. You said, no worries, I'll get my kit together and meet at the station. You got your stuff together, headed there, maybe just after 3. You met in the muster room. The sergeant was there. You said, watch commander, and then the posse sort of thing. So he was in there and said, no worries, just go and see Zach. He's got some information in relation to what you're doing.
Yeah, that's correct.
From that time on, did you form the view that that Constable Rolfe was, in effect, the team leader for the mission out to Yundamu?
I wouldn't think that he would be the team leader, just that he had the information from that point. So
from that point, he was going to lead the briefing?
he had information in relation to what we were doing from there.
Where did you think he'd got that information from?
I would have thought he would have got it from Shane McCormack.
at page 39 of your second interview on the 13th, you said this. You're asked, you said initially when you got to the station, Shane McCormack did say to you, I would usually have a briefing planned, but I haven't read it. Is that correct? And you said, no, he said, I would, something like, I would have a briefing note, but I'm going to have to go through the things and try and find where it is and create one. You'd done 2 IRT deployments, I think, prior to this day. Is that right?
Correct.
Had you had a briefing note or a written operations order in relation to either of them?
Not to my knowledge that I recall, no.
Would you expect the sergeant to have a briefing note or a written operations order?
Correct, I would, yes.
So when Sergeant McCormack said to you, I'm going to have to go through things and try and find a briefing note or create one, was that out of the ordinary to you?
Yeah, that didn't seem to be the usual practice, no.
Didn't seem to be as organised as the usual practice, is that right?
Correct.
But did you expect that at some stage prior to going out to Yuendamu you would see a briefing note?
Yes.
And did you ever see a briefing note or written operations order in relation to this job?
I did, but it was sometime after the fact.
Sometime after Kumanjayi had been shot, is that right?
Yeah, several, I can't remember if it was weeks or months or, yeah.
So when you got into the station and Sergeant McCormack said, just go and see Zach, you then went to what you described as a little bit of a briefing.
Yeah, if you could call it that. Yeah.
In your first interview at 3 a.m. on the 10th, you say, we're at the station, we had a little bit of a briefing, saw a little bit of footage about this incident that happened a few days ago where Kumanjayi apparently breached his parole. A couple of members from there had attended, tried to arrest him when he picked up an axe and ran at members before escaping. So we knew that obviously he would try and get away by any means possible, whether he's grabbed a weapon or whatever. So, yep, no worries. How long did that, what you describe as a little bit of a briefing, last for?
We watched the footage of the incident that happened a few days prior to the 9th of November. So however long that took to play that. And then after that, we had a bit of a discussion about, who was going in what vehicle and what equipment we were taking. And then after that, so I'm not too sure the length of time, but it wasn't a lengthy one.
When you say we watched the footage, Constable Rolfe showed you the footage, is that right?
That's correct. It was on the one computer, it showed both body worn from both Chris Hand and Lanyon Smith from the axe incident. We'll call it the axe incident, where but it was sort of a split screen, so we could watch both at the same time. So there was me, Zach, I think Anthony Hawkins and James Kirstenfeld was there. But it was sort of in the general duties muster area, so there was some other people in the room, but they were doing their own thing. I wasn't too sure.
Do you remember seeing Brianna Boney there, another police officer?
No, I can't recall seeing her there. No.
She may well have been there and you just didn't...
Correct.
Didn't clock that. In relation to the issue of team leader, this is what you said in your second interview at page 6. You were asked whether there'd been a team leader on previous deployments, and you said, there has been a team leader usually that I've been told about. In this instance, you weren't. You say, I wasn't told that this particular person was a team leader, but I know Zach, that he'd been in the team longer than me. I've been in as long as the other 3 members. So I assumed he was doing it, to be honest, because when I came to the station, he was the one that was showing me some footage prior to and giving us a rundown on who Kumanjayi was, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Had you ever met Kumanjayi Walker prior to this time?
No, I had not.
Had you ever been involved in any attempted arrest of him prior to this time?
No, I had not.
Had you ever met Chris Hand, the senior constable who was out at Yuendamu?
I don't think I had.
Had you met Lanyon Smith, the other police officer who was involved?
No, I don't think I had met him either. No.
Had you met Sergeant Frost?
I can't recall that I had, no.
While the video was played during that time, the little bit of a briefing, there was discussion about what had happened on the 6th of November, wasn't there?
There was, yeah.
What did Constable Rolfe say about it?
I can't remember what he said. Only what I said.
You said, what did you say at that time?
Well, I was surprised that the members didn't draw their firearm.
In response to that incident on the 6th, I would draw that, on the 6th of November, what you saw on the body-worn video footage was an image of Kumanjayi picking up an axe and appearing to run with it towards the two members, Lanyon Smith and Chris Hand, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, you were surprised that somebody hadn't drawn their firearm in response?
Correct.
Is it right to say that in relation to that incident, there might be a number of ways of dealing with that in accordance with your training as a police officer?
Correct.
What you might do in those circumstances depends on a number of the factors as you perceive them at the time. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
It might depend, for example, on your assessment of the space in the room,
Definitely.
on whether or not you've got backup present with you in or outside the room,
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
and also on your skill set.
Correct, yeah.
When you were discussing what had happened on the 6th of November, were you critical of the community police?
Not critical, I'm just surprised they didn't draw their firearm, so... Yeah.
One option that you thought of was that perhaps you could draw your firearm and then step back and create some space, is that right?
Yeah, if that was an option, yeah, definitely, yeah.
What would you do in those circumstances?
Yeah, so definitely draw your firearm, use tactical communication, identify yourself as a police officer, tell them to drop the axe, trying to create distance, give you more time, so time, distance, cover, they're your friends as a police officer. So if you're creating time, distance, you've got time to negotiate and de-escalate the situation. Yeah.
You didn't have that sort of detailed conversation when you were watching the body worn though, did you?
No.
You just said you were surprised they hadn't used their gun.
Correct.
As you understood it, when you left the police station in Alice Springs, the mission was to arrest Kumanjayi, correct?
Correct.
That was clear from what Constable Rolfe said.
Correct.
And there was no other reason that was given to you as to why you were going out to Yuendamu on that day?
No.
In your second statement, I withdraw that, in your second interview, you say, when you're asked about what was discussed at the brief at the station, Kumanjayi Walker was wanted for breach of parole, and then obviously he used a weapon, aggravated assault, and then used the weapon to facilitate his escape lawful custody. So that was the real reason in my mind while we were going there, because of what he'd done to the members was with an axe, because it was a higher level, correct?
Correct.
And that was the impression that was conveyed to you by other police who were there in the station?
Alice Springs Station? Or?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So that was certainly the view that was expressed by Constable Rolfe, is that right?
Yeah, I think by all of us, yeah.
Also in your second interview, you mentioned this at page 28. On the one hand, there were houses at Yuendamu and they had a funeral there that day, and he was more likely out there somewhere, and that was all the information we had. Who told you about there being a funeral out in Yuendamu that day?
It must have been community members. I can't recall who told me, but it's either the police, community police, or it could have been Zach, I'm not sure.
I see. Were you told that at any time before you left Alice Springs to get to Yuendamu?
No.
So that was information that you received at some time after you got to Yuendamu?
Correct.
Either in the briefing with Sergeant Frost?
Yep.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Potentially, yeah.
Or somebody in the community told you, is that right?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate how long a time has passed and how many times you've been asked to reflect on what occurred. But do you now have a memory of what happened during the second briefing that occurred in Yuendamu?
It hasn't changed from my first account, what I can remember, yeah.
So the account that you gave on the 10th of November, supplemented by the 13th, is likely to be the most accurate account in your mind?
Yes.
It's certainly possible that you've forgotten some things that were discussed at the second briefing in Yuendamu?
Yeah, potentially. I think, like I mentioned before, when you're having a conversation with someone, they're talking about subject matter, you're gaining what you need out of that conversation, and then what your task is in relation to that, and then the rest of the information, is kind of irrelevant when you're task orientated in a particular, yeah.
Can I stick with what happened at the first briefing then? at the first briefing, you have information about Kumanjayi from what happened on the 6th of November. And you know then that he, in your words, he would obviously try and get away by any means possible, whether he's grabbed a weapon or whatever. In that first briefing, in Alice Springs, did you discuss anything further about what type of arrest you would effect?
Not that I recall, no.
Was there a discussion of an arrest plan?
No, I think it'd just be referred to how we usually go out and do our business. You know, when you're looking for someone, we're quite fluid in how we enact a situation, and yeah.
Did you think that there'd be further discussion when you got to Yuendamu as to an arrest plan?
Oh, I would have thought there would be more information because we didn't know the layout. Well, I certainly didn't know the layout of Yuendamu, so we'd need to get some bearings about the community and, you know, where we're going and who we were looking for, etc.
You thought about that just based on your general experience?
Correct.
Within police, you assumed there'd be some sort of further briefing when you got to Yuendamu, is that fair?
Correct, yeah.
Before November 2019, had you read a document which is referred to as the Standard Operating Procedures for the IRT?
Probably did.
There's a lot of policies and procedures that police need to know about, is that right?
Correct.
You're not expected to memorise them, agree?
Correct.
But you're expected to be aware of their existence, correct?
Correct.
And the general important points from them, is that correct?
Yeah. I think most of the points in relation to the standard operating procedures are in relation to getting the authority to head out, and usually that's done from a senior member within the IRT. And then obviously the taskings are passed down to us as the members. So usually that's done by a higher ranking officer. Yeah.
A higher ranking officer than you were at that stage?
Yeah, usually a sergeant or, you know, senior sergeant, depending on who was running the IRT at the time.
The IRT policy, can I remind you, at that stage referred to jobs being either high risk jobs or a general support job. Was that terminology familiar to you at that time?
Yes.
Did you think that what you were doing in heading off to Yuendamu on the 9th of November was a high risk job or a general support job, or neither?
General support with the potential for it to become high risk, but just general support at that time.
Who did you think approval was required from? What rank was required to approve a general support?
I'm not in a position to know that information. So
you knew in this case with the job in Yuendamu, it had been approved by Commander Nobbs?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. When did you find out that Commander Nobbs had any role in approving the job?
Not till sometime after the fact.
Not till after Kumanjayi had been shot, is that right?
Yeah.
So some weeks or months after?
Yeah, I'm not too sure when I become aware of that, but.
So in terms of the approval for the mission out there that day, did you think that had come from Sergeant McCormack?
He would have got it from someone, but he wouldn't have made up himself. He would have got the direction from someone above him, but I didn't know at the time who that was.
You did know, though, that in terms of the IRT being sent out that day, a sergeant, the rank of sergeant, and then someone above the rank of sergeant would have to approve the IRT mission, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Just to be clear, what mission did you think had been approved on that day?
Well, what I gathered when I was at the police station at Alice Springs before I headed out was just to locate and arrest Kumanjayi.
There was no risk assessment that was completed before you headed out from Alice Springs, is that right?
I'm not aware that one was done, no.
In previous jobs you've done with the IRT, did either of them involve an arrest of a suspect?
No.
Before you headed out to Yuendamu, on the basis of that short briefing that had taken place, was there any discussion at all about whether it was a high-risk arrest?
No, I don't recall one. No.
Did you make an assessment yourself as to the level of risk that would be involved in arresting Kumanjayi?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think we're always conducting risk assessments as we go about our business.
Just in your mind then, before you left Alice Springs, what level of risk did you think was involved in arresting Kumanjayi?
I don't think I processed it like that.
And as far as you recall, nobody else talked about it in those terms either, correct?
No.
On the back of what Sergeant McCormack had said, that he would look for a briefing note or prepare a briefing note, did you assume that one would be provided to you at some stage before you went to arrest Kumanjayi?
I would have thought that it would have been presented at some stage, yeah.
When you're asked about your training for the IRT on the 13th of November, you speak about training for a black role or a green role, and you say this, I'll just read to you from page 8. You explain that they do a number of scenarios out there in the bush during training. You go out there and you hide and relay observations and intel to them based on your observations and that sort of stuff. There's a green role where you wear camouflage gear and you might sneak up to cordon and make observations to let them know that you're not let them know you're there. So that's one role you get trained in. And there's a black role that's more like your entry, your immediate action. Like there might be a shooter in the building or whatever, and you've got to clear the room. Did you think about this job in terms of the arrest of Kumanjayi as either a green role or a black role?
No.
Why not?
Because it wasn't designated. We weren't operating to that level. To me, it was just a general search for an arrest target and arrest him. Something that a general duties officer might do.
So there was no discussion of cordon and contain and make observations, correct?
No, I think we did that automatically when we moved up to the house. Members just moved around. It's just we didn't have to discuss it. We just, we're fluid in our actions and what we do.
So I take it from your response, there was no discussion of cordon and contain at any time before you approached the house.
I think I might have mentioned when we went up to the 577 that myself and Tony were going to go around the back of the house. I think that's what we mentioned. But that's probably the only part of the conversation that you could probably look at, that the cordon containment concept, but other than that, nothing.
And that wasn't pre-planning, that was deciding when you got there what to do?
Yeah, on the way there, just, yeah.
And similarly, there was no discussion of an immediate action response and how you would enter the building, correct?
Correct.
You travelled to Yuendamu in pairs. Constable Rolfe was with Officer Kirstenfeld, and it was followed by yourself and Tony Hawkins. How did that pairing occur?
I think we organised that at the station at Alice Springs. Who was going with who? And
prior to that time, had you spent much time working with Constable Rolfe?
No.
And you hadn't trained with him, is that right?
He might have done a little bit when we were doing our IRT training. That was pretty vague, yeah.
So you certainly didn't do your initial training?
No.
You joined the Northern Territory Police Force in 2015, is that right?
Correct, I did, yes.
I'll come to some of your experiences later, First Class Constable, but you joined in 2015, he joined 2 years later. And when did you join the IRT?
I think it was 2019, I think it was, yeah.
And I think you signed up in December 2018. Does that refresh your memory that you then did your first training in 2019?
Possibly, yeah.
Do you recall how many training sessions you would have done with Constable Rolfe?
We ran training once every sort of roster period, which is 5 weeks. And if you're available, usually on a training day, which is usually run on a Wednesday. So if you're available, we might have been on the same training, but depending on what roster shifts you were and that sort of stuff, whether we were both there at the same time. So it's hard to determine how many trainings I would have done. Could have been a couple, could have been 5, I'm not sure.
I take it from your answer, though, he wasn't somebody that was well known to you. Is that right?
I think everyone sort of knew, of him because he was pretty proactive sort of police officer.
What do you mean by that?
He was energetic and, was happy to look for arrest targets. And, you see people in the police who are proactive and energetic, and people are a little bit sort of relaxed and sort of a little bit complacent, I guess, at times. So,
how did you come to know that he was somebody who was proactive and happy to look for arrest targets?
I'm not too sure. It's just speaking around the station and knowledge, and we were a proactive team ourselves, being in the youth engagement, and so we were happy to get out there and ride bikes and engage with the kids and whatever. So yeah.
You were happy to get out there and ride bikes and engage with the kids, but his reputation, are you telling Her Honour, was that he was someone who was proactive in looking for arrest targets?
Correct. Yeah.
And he was someone who was enthusiastic in terms of his role in the IRT. Is that right?
Yep. Definitely.
Did you come to know that he was somebody who was thought to have been involved in a number of use of force incidents?
Not until sometime later, I think.
Did you hear any rumours that he was someone who used force more aggressively or excessively than others in the station?
No.
Did you work with Constable Kirstenfeld at all prior to that time?
I think it's hard to remember. I think just with the IRT mainly, because he was in a different patrol group, and yeah.
Was Constable Rolfe in your patrol group?
No, I was attached to the community youth engagement team. I think when he started.
Did you socialise with Constable Rolfe or Constable Kirstenfeld at any time prior to November 2019?
Only while we're attached, I guess, to the IRT, afterwards, where they were cleaning weapons, but still within the work confines, I guess.
Did you socialise with him outside of work?
Not that I recall, no.
How well did you know Tony Hawkins before that day?
Pretty well.
So you knew him better than you knew Constable Rolfe and Kirstenfeld, is that
Definitely.
right? And so had you worked with Senior Constable Hawkins prior to that time?
Yes, I had, yes.
On many occasions?
Many occasions, for a couple of years.
Why was that?
We're both on the community youth engagement team and like-minded with our thoughts about policing and how we communicate and engage with the community.
So it was a pretty natural pairing in terms of the trip to Yuendamu, wasn't it? You knew Tony Hawkins much better, and you
Definitely.
You jumped in the car with him. Constable Rolfe and Constable Kirstenfeld went separately, correct?
Correct.
Was there any communication on the way between you as officers, for the group of 4?
Not that I recall. I think we might have mentioned that when we were leaving Alice Springs, because we had to go get some food and things like that after we left the station before we went out to Yuendamu. So,
how much food did you get at that time?
I can't recall how much.
The reason I'm asking is, were you equipping yourself for a night or a day, or how long?
Well, I think initially I was. They say bring stuff for a couple of days, so you might not get your. You might not find your arrest target on the first day. It might take a couple of days, so you need to be prepared for that.
You explained in one of your interviews that just before 4 o'clock you left Alice Springs. By the time you left, you had not yet received any written operations order or arrest plan or arrest note or anything of that nature, correct?
Correct.
And it wasn't suggested to you that you'd get one in your email or be provided one at a later date? Sorry, you just have to answer for the
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Do you recall now arriving at Yuendamu?
I do recall arriving there, yes.
You understand, don't you, that there's CCTV footage at Yuendamu Police Station?
Yes.
And that gives us an accurate account of when the different officers arrived various times.
Yes.
If I can ask you to accept from me that Officer Donaldson arrived first, you know that, don't you?
Yes.
He arrived at 6:09 p.m. The CCTV footage, if I can ask you to accept from me, shows that Officers Kirstenfeld and Rolfe arrived at 6:33 p.m. You and Officer Hawkins arrived at 6:56 p.m. Does that accord with your memory?
It was sometime after, yeah.
You accept those timings from me?
Sure.
You're aware now, aren't you, that when Officers Rolfe and Kirstenfeld arrived, they had a discussion with Sergeant Frost and others in the police station?
So they would have, yes.
When you arrived, you also were introduced to Sergeant Frost, correct?
Correct.
And you had a discussion with her and other officers who were present at the time?
We did, yes.
And you've been asked about this on many occasions subsequently. When you spoke to Sergeant Frost, or I would draw that during the course of that discussion, do you recall now who was leading it?
The general conversation before Zach was pointing to the maps, I can't recall, but I know Julie was saying a couple of things, and I remember something that she mentioned, but yeah, so it probably was a combination of both her and Zach, but yeah.
You were asked about this during the committal on the 2nd of September 2020, and you said this. You were asked by Mr. Strickland who led the discussion at Yuendamu, and you said she, as in Sergeant Frost, said a little bit, but it was Zach. Zach was mentioning it, where we were going, what we were doing. At the time, that's correct, isn't it, that evidence?
Yep.
It was Constable Rolfe who was taking charge, who appeared to be taking charge at that stage in terms of directing you and the other officers from the IRT about what would happen next?
Definitely, yep.
And that appeared to fit in with your idea before you left the station that it was you were out there to arrest Kumanjayi, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask about a written note or an ops order or anything that would give you guidance as to what had been planned?
No, I did not. Not that I recall.
Do you recall any discussion of one?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you some CCTV footage in a moment, but you weren't present in the trial when Constable Rolfe gave evidence, were you?
I was not.
You didn't listen on the live stream at any time when he gave evidence?
I did not.
You didn't have any access to any link where you were listening to his evidence, is that right?
I did not.
This is what he said in the trial transcript at page 1061. Previously, before the officers arrived, I discussed with Julie Frost how if she wanted us to arrest Kumanjayi at 5 a.m, we had no intelligence as to where he was. We couldn't create a plan. I informed her that generally when the IRT would attend a community, we would introduce ourselves to the community because we're guests in the community. We would introduce ourselves to the community while attempting to gather intelligence about the person that we are generally trying to locate, and at the same time trying to gain community assistance for our task. Constable, at any time prior to the 9th of November entering House 511, did you have any appreciation that there was a 5 a.m. arrest plan?
I did not.
Did Constable Rolfe ever mention to you that there was a written operations order?
Not that I recall, no.
Did Constable Rolfe ever tell you what had been discussed with him and Officer Kirstenfeld and Julie Frost?
The only thing he mentioned was about where we were going, so he obviously obtained information prior to us arriving at Yuendamu Police Station, so he knew where we were going and the house where the axe incident happened, which he referred to on a map.
When he told you there about the axe incident and where you were going, who was present?
Obviously myself, Anthony Hawkins, James Kirstenfeld, Julie Frost, Adam Donaldson, Chris Hand, and I'm not too sure whether Felix Alafaya was there at that time or not. Yeah.
Felix Alafeo has given evidence that he was there at some part of the briefing when all four of the officers, as in yourself and the other IRT members, were there. So that's entirely possible, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm reminded that he gave evidence he was sitting about 4 metres away. Do you recall him sitting down there at any time?
I do recall him sitting down there at some time, but I don't know whether that was before the incident with Kumanjayi or after.
There was no discussion with you I withdraw that. Constable Rolfe never mentioned anything to you about gathering intelligence, did he?
No, because generally when you're trying to speak to community members to find out where someone is, that's in a form gathering intelligence, but you're just searching, looking for someone.
When you went out from the police station sometime I think you left the station at 7:06 p.m. You left the station clearly with a plan to arrest Kumanjayi, correct?
Definitely, yep.
Consistent with what you thought was the plan when you left Alice Springs?
Correct.
And consistent with Constable Rolfe showing you where the house was on the map?
Yep. And a comment from Sergeant Frost about if you locate him, arrest him, bring him back, we'll put him on section 137 of the PAA and we'll do the paperwork.
Do you recall at any time Constable Kirstenfeld saying something like, we are going to have to go out and gather a bit of intel?
Can't remember anything from him, no.
Do you recall Sergeant Frost in the conversation you just relayed saying something like, look, by all means, if you come across him, arrest him?
Maybe it was something like that, but I can only recall what I conveyed to you a moment ago. Yeah.
Have you since this day seen the written operations plan that was prepared?
I have.
Do you understand that it was prepared by Sergeant Frost and with the input of another officer?
Not too sure who the other officer is, but I know it had input from Julie, yeah.
Do you understand that it was approved by Commander Nobbs, as he was then?
I know that now.
But you didn't, you've given evidence previously, you had no idea at the time that he was involved, but you do know now that that written operations order is what was approved by Commander Nobbs?
Correct.
I ask that be put on the screen. It's 1956. After this, Your Honour, I'll just take a short break. You see there that that's an email that I'm showing you for the benefit of those at the bar table. It's at 1956, exhibit 1.114. It's an email sent by Sergeant Frost at 16:59, and you are included as one of a number of people who receives that email. You didn't see that at any time prior to Kumanjayi being shot, did you?
I did not.
If I could just ask the court officer to scan down quickly over the photo of Kumanjayi. Over, so down past it. Thank you. And then up a bit, sorry. Plan day 1.
Keep going up a little bit.
Yep.
Saturday the 9th of November, 11 p.m. IRT commenced duty and conduct high visibility patrols and respond to call-outs. Did anybody ever tell you that the written plan for that day was that you were to commence duty at 11 p.m?
Not that I recall.
Did anybody ever tell you you were to conduct high visibility patrols for that evening?
Not that I recall.
You see down there, Sunday the 10th of November, the plan was that at 5 a.m, Officer Donaldson and Felix Alafeo would commence duty along with the IRT members to effect the arrest of Kumanjayi. Did anybody ever tell you about that 5 a.m. plan before Kumanjayi was shot?
They did not.
Sorry.
They did not, sorry.
Just scan down, please, if you don't mind, Court Officer, to the plan for day 2. Do you see there, plan day 2, 11 p.m, IRT commenced duty and conduct high visibility patrols and respond to call-outs? Did anybody ever tell you that that was the plan for the second day if Kumanjayi had not been located at the 5 a.m. arrest?
No, they did not.
And you see there, Monday, 11 November, exactly the same plan repeated, 5 a.m?
Correct.
But that's not something that you ever were told about?
No.
You understand now, don't you, that Commander Nobbs has given evidence that this written operations order is what he approved, not an immediate arrest of Kumanjayi? Correct?
Correct.
If you had known that the commander had approved a written operations order saying that, you'd wanted to know about it, wouldn't you?
100%.
and you would not deviate from that plan without an understanding that the commander knew there was a change.
No, you follow orders, follow directions, correct.
Your Honour, might we have a short break?
Yes, we'll have a 15-minute
Too easy. No worries.
Yeah.
Claire, I'm going to run upstairs and chat to you.
Oh, I'm still working that.
AR-15.
And in terms of actually making, after you left Yuendamu Police Station and headed out at 7:06 p.m. into the community, you were in your blues, correct?
Correct.
And did you wear your vest?
No.
And you didn't. What weapons did you take?
Just my normal accoutrements, Glock, spray, baton, handcuffs.
You didn't take the AR-15 that you'd brought into the community, did you?
Not on that occasion, no.
When you were asked about this at the committal in relation to the equipment that you took, you were asked the question of the incident itself at House 511, did you wear your ballistic vest? And you said no. When you were asked why, you said, because we were informed by our superintendent, Jody Nobbs, that we could take it, but we weren't in that role at the time. We'd just to be plain clothes, so less confronting, I guess, for members of the public. You referred there at the committal to being informed by your superintendent, Jody Nobbs, of the need to wear plain clothes, so it's less confronting by members of the public. Were you meaning to say that you'd actually had a conversation with Superintendent Nobbs?
No.
Where did that information come from?
This was passed on from another member that was there. I can't recall who it was, but yeah, it definitely wasn't a direct conversation between myself and Superintendent Nobbs, no.
Was it possibly passed on by Sergeant McCormack?
Potentially.
Or one of the other IRT members, correct?
Could have been anyone, yeah.
Right. Whatever the message was that was passed on, was it specifically said to you that you should wear your plain clothes, as in your blues, to be less confronting for members of the public?
No, that was the assumption that I developed about being confronting to the members of the public.
You knew you were going into a remote community where if you came in wearing camouflage gear, that might be upsetting for the community, correct?
Potentially.
Or it might suggest that there was something that it might be confrontational. Do you agree?
Yeah, when you're wearing a larger ballistic vest and wearing different uniform, then you know something's going on. But yeah, might bring them to some sort of alarm. Yeah.
And did it occur to you that if you're in your camouflage gear, it might give the impression that it was as if you were from the army going into a community?
Potentially, yeah.
And certainly if you're in your camouflage gear and carrying a long arm weapon, that would be quite a surprise to members of the community, wouldn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And could be seen as intimidating?
Potentially.
And frightening for members of the community?
Potentially, yes.
I read to you prior to the break the evidence of Officer Rolfe at trial, and I just want to take you to a more complete version of it. I take it that until today you have not been told about the evidence that Constable Rolfe gave at trial. Is that right?
I can't recall. Yeah.
I'm reading from, for the benefit of my friends, page 1061 on the 3rd of March this year. Constable Rolfe was being asked by the senior counsel who was prosecuting, Mr. Strickland, about what documents he looked at when he arrived at Yuendamu before you got there. He gave evidence that he was not handed the written operations order. He gave evidence that he looked at maps of the community. He said, I took a photo of the map. I can't recall if it was the A4 or the A3. And then Sergeant Frost directed him to a piece of paper with house numbers of relevance on it. Did you subsequently have a look at the map I would draw that. Did you subsequently have a look at any photographs that Constable Rolfe had taken on his phone of the map?
No.
Did you say?
Not that I recall, sorry, yeah.
Prior to confronting Kumanjayi in House 511, did you have a look at any photographs of him on Constable Rolfe's phone?
Prior to entering House 511?
Yes.
No.
Did Constable Rolfe ever mention to you that he had taken any photographs of Kumanjayi Walker?
No, not that I recall, no.
Do you agree that it would have been relevant for you, given that you were one of the 4 members of the IRT, to see photographs of Kumanjayi if they were in existence before you went into the house?
Definitely.
Are you surprised that you weren't shown those photographs?
I
withdraw that. I'll ask you this. It's not the best planning, is it, for 4 members of the IRT not to be shown photographs of the arrest target?
No.
Constable Rolfe is asked, when you took a photograph of that piece of paper, did Sergeant Frost verbally or indirectly identify it as part of the arrest plan? And he said, no, the only part of that piece of paper that was brought to my attention was the small section with relevant houses on it. He's then asked this, after the other two members arrived, was there a further discussion in the presence of Officer Frost? And Constable Rolfe says, there was, because previously, before the officers arrived, I discussed with Julie Frost how if she wanted us to arrest Kumanjayi at 5 a.m, that we had no intelligence as to where he was, we couldn't create a plan. I informed her that generally when IRT would attend a community, we would introduce ourselves to the community because we're guests in the community. We would introduce ourselves to the community while attempting to gather intelligence about the person that we're generally trying to locate, and at the same time, try to gain community assistance for our task. I said, perhaps that's the best course forward, seeing as we had no intelligence, and she agreed with me at that point. That was before the other officers arrived at the station. And your evidence is you had no idea prior to that time that Julie Frost had an arrest plan for Kumanjayi to get him at 5 a.m. in the morning, correct? Correct. And that is something that you would have wanted to know.
Definitely.
And you certainly would have wanted to know if that was the plan that had been approved by the commander on that day. And you certainly wouldn't have willfully disobeyed that plan if you understood it was the written operations order, correct?
Correct.
And do you now understand that Sergeant Frost had available at 5 a.m. in the morning Constable Felix Alafeo, who knew Kumanjayi by sight?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You now understand, don't you, that I withdraw that Constable Felix Alafeo was available to meet police at 5 a.m?
Correct.
You didn't know that at the time,
no.
Correct? You would have wanted to know, wouldn't you, if you had a resource like Felix Alafeo available, who knew Kumanjayi by sight?
Yes.
And who had a relationship with him?
Definitely.
And if you knew that information, that might have factored in to a discussion as to how the arrest could be effective?
Definitely, yeah.
So all 5 members of the IRT should have been involved, that is Donaldson and the 4 members of the IRT should have been involved in a discussion with Sergeant Frost as to how the arrest should be carried out, correct?
Correct.
And that planning should have taken place so as to enable you to minimise the risk of any adverse confrontation. Do you agree?
Correct. You have to look at every angle, not just the risk, but yeah.
But it's part of your training and procedure to, in every attempted arrest, try and minimise the use of force, correct?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And planning is crucial in order to make sure you can minimise the use of force, correct?
Correct.
So all those pieces of information, the 5 a.m. arrest plan that Sergeant Frost had in mind, the availability of Felix Alafeo as a resource, that was crucial for you to understand prior to going out into the community that day.
Yes.
Are you disappointed that that wasn't provided to you?
Definitely, yes.
You left at 7:06 p.m. and you headed out to house 577. And you explained in that first interview that we heard this morning, you drove around to the back of the premises just to create a bit of a cordon. Was there any discussion between yourself and the other 3 members of the IRT about what would take place after that? Well, withdraw that, about creating a bit of a cordon?
I just remember mentioning it, whether it was on the radio to the other members, that what we were doing. I can't really recall. I knew that Adam Donaldson was going to go around the other side, on the side, because he had the dog, but yeah. But I don't know whether that was a plan from everyone or we just mentioned it, but obviously we knew what was happening.
When you say we, you headed out to house 577 with Officer Hawkins, is that right?
Yeah, we're in the same vehicle, that's correct.
And in another vehicle were Officers Kirstenfeld and Rolfe?
Correct. Yeah.
So when you say obviously we knew what we were doing, you and Officer Hawkins knew that you were going to create a bit of a cordon at house 577?
Correct.
Did you know what the other 2 officers were going to be doing, Rolfe and Kirstenfeld?
That's why I'm not sure whether we conveyed what we were doing, so we all sort of knew, but yeah.
You imagine that while you created the cordon, the other one or both of those officers would be entering house 577, is that right?
To engage first, because there was a person at the back, so they engaged with that person prior to entering.
When you got there, you saw there was a person out the back, correct?
Correct.
Could you see someone engage with that person out the back?
Yeah, I think Zach and or James went up there. Yeah.
Zach Rolfe or James Kirstenfeld, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And do you now know that Zach Rolfe entered into that house 577?
Yes.
And you imagined, didn't you, that he was effectively clearing that house?
Well, finding out who that person that we originally saw run across was, yeah.
Did you assume that he was going to enter into the house?
Yes.
And in terms of how he did that, was that for him to determine when he got there?
Yes.
In your second interview on the 13th of November, in describing what the situation was in relation to the arrest of Kumanjayi, you say this at page 36. We knew he was a bit of a high risk because he was willing to grab a weapon and to go to police. So we knew that was a fairly high risk. And I think Felix had mentioned, from trying to recall now, when he's arrested, the bloke, he always wants to fight. So we already had that in the back of our mind. Nothing was mentioned, oh, this is a high risk or a medium risk. Nothing was put to us like that, if you know what I mean. At that time, when all four officers headed towards House 577, you knew Kumanjayi was a bit of a high risk because he was willing to grab a weapon and to go to police. You stayed outside to cordon. Constable Rolfe entered into the home. In terms of the decision Constable Rolfe made at that time, that was purely for him to make that decision, is your evidence correct?
Correct.
But there was no planning, as far as you're aware, as to how Kumanjayi would be engaged with, if at all, if he was in House 577.
Correct.
That's not optimal planning, is it?
It's probably not the best planning, but that's how we operate generally with general duties, you know, when you're looking for an arrest target.
It's not how you operate generally with IRT, though, is it? When you're looking for an arrest target?
Unless it's designated that the arrest target, the situation is a high risk, it's going to be treated like your general duties response, potentially.
In this case, on the 6th of November, you had body-worn video footage showing that Kumanjayi had run towards police carrying an axe. Do you think that that was a high-risk situation?
That was, yes.
Do you think this should have been designated then as high risk in relation to Kumanjayi?
No.
Had you ever seen any alerts in relation to Kumanjayi prior to going out to House 511?
No.
Did you have any understanding that on previous occasions when he was arrested, he had used any force?
No.
Do you think you should have been informed as to how Kumanjayi had reacted on previous occasions, not just on the 6th of November?
I think any information pertaining to Kumanjayi would be helpful, yes.
If I can let you know now that we have the alert system that you have available on your computer system. In relation to Kumanjayi, it doesn't need to go on the screen, but it's 19-58, Exhibit 7 in the trial. The alerts and warnings that were put up for Kumanjayi following the 6th of November were, so this is put up on the 6th of November, can be arrested, assault police, and may be violent towards police. If you put those pieces of information together with the video from the 6th of November, this was potentially a high-risk situation, wasn't it?
On the 9th of November,
Yeah.
Potentially?
Yes.
Well, he has the potential for it to be high risk, but he's not walking around the community with a weapon. If he was, then that would be high risk, but he has the propensity to raise the level of the situation to high risk, but it wouldn't have been designated as that.
Did you have any understanding of Kumanjayi's mental health situation at any time prior to entering the house?
No, I did not.
Did you have any understanding that he was a young person who was likely to have FASD?
No.
Do you know what I mean by FASD, fetal alcohol syndrome?
I do.
You understand, don't you, given your experience as a police officer, particularly with youth engagement, that somebody who is suffering from FASD may well have problems with impulse control?
Definitely.
And did you appreciate that Kumanjayi was a young person who had hearing difficulties?
No, I did not.
No.
Well, I do appreciate that if he did, that would be good, but yeah, I didn't know about it, no.
Don't you think what I've just told you about, that he was somebody who was likely to be suffering from FASD, that he was somebody who had poor impulse control, that he had hearing difficulties, that's crucial information in planning an arrest, isn't it?
Definitely.
How does that help you to plan to minimise the risk?
Well, if you had poor impulse control, you'd probably try and get the family members to assist you with trying to put together a plan to mitigate the risks. So he's going to have less anxiety, etc., about trying to come in with police and have family members be present during the process, and yeah.
And it underscores, doesn't it, the importance of having someone like Constable Felix Alafeo who knows and can engage with that person, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
And having family or Constable Alafeo would have been a way to minimise the risk of a violent confrontation.
That would have been a way, yeah.
Her Honour has seen the video footage of Constable Rolfe entering house 577 and leaving again. You waited outside. I don't think we need to play that again, but you waited outside while Constable Rolfe was in the house, correct?
Correct.
And then did you see him come outside the house?
I can't recall, but I probably did, yeah.
At the time that Constable Rolfe entered the house, your colleagues, Constable Westenfeld and Constable Hawkins, were in the near vicinity, is that right?
Yes.
What weapon was Constable Hawkins carrying?
He had the AR-15 or M4, whatever, yeah. Same.
Was he standing close to you?
Near me. I think we're sort of separated a little bit.
He was part of the cordon and idea, is that right?
Correct.
And where was Officer Kirstenfeld at that time?
I can't recall.
He had a beanbag shotgun, is that right?
Whether he was carrying it at the time, I can't recall, but I know they had one in the vehicle.
After House 577, you spoke to Constable Rolfe, is that right?
I think we had a brief discussion, yeah.
Do you recall that, as you relayed in your first interview that we just heard, you and Officer Hawkins spoke to a member of the community?
At the back of the house?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think I spoke to him. No.
This is what you say in your interview, just to remind you. It might have been before you went in. But I believe you say Zach Rolfe, this is page 3, Jimmy Kirstenfeld went to the front, James Kirstenfeld and Adam Donaldson, the dog handler, he came round to the side of the house. When we arrived at the back of the place, there was a fella out the back and he was sort of raking the dirt, sort of cleaning up his yard a bit. And one of the other colleagues approached him and asked him if he knew where Kumanjayi Walker was and if anyone was in the house. Is that before Constable Rolfe went in?
Yes.
And that person outside in the community said, "Nah, he's not here. There's no one else in the house." But then my colleague mentioned, because I was in the clear audible sort of distance so I could hear what he was saying. And my colleague mentioned, "I can see someone run across. There's someone in the house. Don't lie to us, mate." Who was it that said, "Don't lie to us, mate"?
I'm not too sure. This was a few years ago, so it's hard for me to recall, sorry.
You then say, so James Kirstenfeld and Zach, they went into the house to search and just found a young 12-year-old kid there.
Yep.
So one of your colleagues had an AR-15, correct?
Correct.
If I asked you to accept that another colleague, Officer Kirstenfeld, had a beanbag rifle that he carried in the community, correct? Can I ask you to accept that from me?
Okay, sure.
And one of your colleagues approaches a member of the community and says, have you seen Kumanjayi? don't lie to us, mate, it's not exactly being less confronting for members of the public, can I suggest to you, that approach was adopted by officers in the community, including yourself.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
It's certainly not a good way to gain community assistance for your task, is it?
No, it's not necessarily the way to go about it, no.
You can understand, can't you, why a member of the community in Yundamu who is with colleagues carrying an AR-15 might not want to tell them whether or not a 19-year-old boy is inside the house. Do you agree?
That would be one of the reasons.
They may well be frightened about what might happen to that young fella.
Potentially.
After House 577 was cleared by Constable Rolfe, you and Senior Constable Hawkins jumped in the car and followed the other two officers to the Red House, correct?
Correct, yeah.
I think I suggested to you that Officer Kirstenfeld had a beanbag. I'm being informed that he left the beanbag shotgun in the car at one point. Senior Constable Hawkins was standing with the AR-15, correct?
He had that, yeah.
You saw him, didn't you?
I did.
And other members of the community obviously saw him standing with the AR-15 too, didn't you?
They did, yes.
I'm going to ask that this footage be shown. This footage of the approach to the second house, 511.
Hello? Whose house is this? Hello? You alright? We're looking for someone. Why we have a gun?
No, why he's got a gun.
Ah. Yeah. We all carry guns.
Yeah, but it's like got an aim to shoot someone.
No, he's not aiming to shoot anyone, is he?
That's not right. Hey! Stop it!
We don't have a holster for that one, so we have to carry it, so. Someone probably shouldn't run at police with an axe. Yeah?
You can pause that there. Constable, I asked you earlier about you seeing it from the community's perspective, seeing an IRT member carrying an AR-15 is likely to be confronting. Do you accept that?
Sure.
That police don't normally walk around Aboriginal communities carrying an AR-15, do they?
They do not.
They don't walk around any communities in Australia normally carrying an AR-15, do they?
They do not. Not
And
that I'm aware, no.
do you accept that for a non-police officer that weaponry is very confronting?
Correct.
And Miss Snape actually says to you at the time, I'm just figuring out why you have a gun, why he's got a gun. He's like got it aimed to shoot someone, and you tell her he's not aiming to shoot it at anyone. You accept, don't you, that it was confronting for her in the community to see a police officer carrying a long-arm weapon while she's there with her children?
Potentially, yeah.
Well, she told you it was, didn't she? When she said, trying to work out why he's got a gun and it looks like he's aiming to shoot it at someone.
Or she was confronted with it, so she was questioning, yeah.
And you said, we don't have a holster for that one, so we have to carry it. And then you added, so someone probably shouldn't run at police with an axe, hey. You've reflected on that comment in the years since you made it.
Correct.
What do you think now of the fact that you said that, of what you said?
Well, the whole thing, I was just basically stating facts, but the last comment on hindsight was probably not required. Definitely.
I'm going to suggest to you that that comment was sarcastic. Do you agree with that?
Maybe a level of it, potentially, yeah.
I'm going to suggest to you that it was unprofessional. Do you accept that?
I'd just say it was, probably uncalled for.
It was inappropriate for a police officer to use that comment or to make that comment to a member of the community. Do you agree?
Sure.
Well, I'll read to you what Commander Proctor said in his overview statement when he was an officer assisting Her Honour in this investigation. He said that comment was entirely inappropriate and suggested a retaliatory policing response to the events that occurred on the preceding Wednesday, the 6th of November. Can you appreciate what Commander Proctor was saying there?
Yes.
That to a member of the community who knew about what had happened on the 6th of November, it might look like police were there to retaliate for that.
Definitely.
Is that what you meant? Is that what you meant to convey to Ms. Snape?
Oh, yeah, basically meaning that if the community act in a certain way, then we would, extra police would come or what have you, so.
But what she actually said was it looks like someone was there to shoot someone. It looks like that gun was aimed to shoot someone. And you said, we don't have a holster for that one, so we have to carry it. So someone probably shouldn't run at police with an axe, hey? Can you understand from her perspective as a member of the community, standing there with her children, that she might think that police were there to exact some revenge for what happened on the 6th of November?
Potentially she could.
Now that's not what you meant that's not what you meant by it, is it?
No.
But it's a good reason why you have to be particularly professional in those circumstances, isn't it?
Definitely.
And you should have shown more empathy to a member of the community who was asking you why a long arm was being carried. Do you agree with that?
Sure. Yeah.
And I take it, Constable, that you regret having said that to Miss Snape.
Yeah, definitely.
Is there anything else you want to say in your own words rather than me put it to you now?
If I saw her, I apologise for saying that, and it's probably be a little bit scary, I suppose, for her children and things like that. So yeah.
In relation to House 511, there was no specific plan, was there, as to what would happen when you entered that house?
No.
You've given evidence about this previously, of course, when you were interviewed by police. And on the 13th of November, at page 43, for starters, you explain there was an elderly sort of gentleman, maybe mid-40s, maybe 50s, sitting on an old bed with a mattress sort of thing. There was a lady with a little child running around there. There was two children maybe looking at the body worn. There might have been two children. From memory, it was only one. Constable, I'm going through this because I'm not going to show that footage again because it's upsetting for members of the community. You would appreciate that. You then say there was someone who went into the back room, but it was a glimpse and I didn't get a good look at them. I'm going to pause there. Can I suggest, even if you had got a good look at the person who went in there, you didn't have any photograph or knowledge of that person to compare them with, did you?
No, only the brief footage from the axe incident only, yeah.
And you say, obviously, it was out the front anyway, but inside, that's different. That's all I can recall that I saw there. You then asked, okay, I might go back one, just in relation to the division to break up, and this is the break up the IRT team. Do you generally break up? And you say, like for a two-man team to inspect...
That's part of the question.
So, thank you, Your Honour. The question is, do you generally break up, like for a two-man team to inspect a house, or do you normally stay together? And your answer is, you would usually stay two people at a time. You would never go into a house by yourself. So if they were going to do an entry, they'd go at least two together. And then Officer Wood says, considering that possibly high-risk target, and you say, yep. is that still the case? We're 2 members? And you say, considering we only had 4 plus Donnie, it's the dog handler, you wouldn't all 4 go in there, because who's going to man how many other exit doors is there to the house? There might be 3, or, you know, you're not going to leave Donnie out there himself. He's got a dog. You'd at least want a couple of people, because if you try and grab him, what's he going to do with the dog? Before I just stop there, whose idea was it to go into house 511?
I think it was just both mine and Zach's after he spoke to the community member, and then we went in to engage who the person was.
And who was the first person in the door?
Me.
And where was Officer Kirstenfeld at that time?
I think I left him over. He was between the blue house and the red house, 511. That's where Zach and him were at the time, and then Zach sort of followed me over to the front of the house.
So when you entered the house, did you know actually where Constable Kirstenfeld was?
Well, after I was in the house, I didn't know where he was, no, but yeah.
Before you entered the house, could you see him? Did you have a perception of where he was?
When I turned around to walk back to the front of the house, I hadn't looked back to where he was since that time, no.
So you didn't know exactly where he was in relation to creating any cover for you?
No.
And what about Officer Hawkins? Where was he when you entered the house?
I believe he was over to the left side of the house.
How far away was he from you at that time, roughly?
Not too sure, maybe 15 metres. Yeah.
I take it there was no discussion between yourself and Constable Rolfe as to any role that Officer Hawkins or Kirstenfeld would play?
No.
Where was Officer Donaldson just before you entered House 511?
He was on the outside of the house next to his car. His dog was still in the vehicle. There was a lot of other community dogs and stuff, so he didn't want to let his dog out at that time.
And how far away was he from House 511, do you think?
I'm guessing maybe 20 metres.
I take it from your answers there was no discussion with him as to any role that he might play, if any, in entering House 511?
No.
And there was no planning, we understand, as to what type of arrest would be affected of any person inside the house?
No.
And there was no discussion as to whether or not... I'll draw that. This is what you say at page 44. You finished talking about the question... You finished talking about the dog. You said, because if you try and grab him, what's he going to do with the dog? The dog will bite him. You might not want him to bite him while he's trying to arrest someone. So it was very difficult to run a situation like that with the numbers. Yeah, if you wanted to do it properly, if I was saying, you know, if I wanted to do this, then I'd have 4 members on the outside cordon. If you wanted to do it properly, do you mean by that the arrest of Kumanjayi?
Correct. Or of anyone. If you knew they were in the house, of anyone, yeah, you would need more numbers than 4 and a dog handler.
There was no urgency in terms of arresting Kumanjayi immediately at that moment, was there?
No.
Why not try to do it properly?
Because, well, it's up to management to release that many people to assist, and often they won't approve that many members.
So what you meant by if you wanted to do it properly, then I'd have 4 members on the outside of the cordon. You'd have 4 members of the IRT on the outside and another officer going inside, for example. Another 2 officers going inside, is that right?
Ideally, you would have 4 on the outside running a cordon, and then potentially another 4 members to go into the house.
Have you ever had that situation in an IRT arrest?
No.
Have you ever had that situation with a general duties arrest when you've had the opportunity to plan it?
Not to that level of scale, no.
In this case, the resourcing you did have available to you was at least an extra local member in Felix Alafeo, correct?
Correct.
And it would have been better, wouldn't it, to have a plan as to an arrest that encompassed Felix Alafeo as well as your other members?
Oh, definitely. Local knowledge is always best, yeah.
You were there to effect an arrest if Kumanjayi was inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you suspect that he was inside the house?
When I saw that young fella, I suspected it could be him, but I hadn't formed that belief at that stage.
Did you see where that young fella came from?
within the house, or
No, to enter the house. Where had he come from to enter the house?
no? He was already in the house. So as I walked past the front door, I could see in, and I could see him walk past. There's a one room when you enter the house, then there's another doorway, and there's some sort of breezeway behind that.
You were there to effect an arrest, as you've told us. Did you think that permission was required before you entered the house?
Yes.
Did you obtain permission for anybody before you entered the house?
I think Zach did.
Did you know that at the time, or did you know that subsequently?
I heard him.
What did you hear him say?
Is it all right if we go into the house? Yeah.
Is your understanding that you could obtain permission to enter that house from anybody in the community in Ringarooma?
From the person who lives there, or any person that lives there, provided they're of the age of consent. Yeah.
Did Zach ever obtain information as to who lived there?
I'm not too sure.
Did you anticipate that he would, in order to get permission, he would have a conversation to establish first who lived there and whether that person had the ability to give permission to enter?
Correct.
You left that bit to him, is that right?
Yeah, I thought that was the person that lived there because he spoke to her, and then we were good to go.
That's what you gathered from overhearing that conversation, is that right?
Correct.
In your very first interview at 3:05 a.m, page 4, this is what you say about that. I was speaking to a couple out the front. I went to the Red House. Tony walked around the back just in case someone was going to run out the back of the place. I was speaking to a couple out the front. And then there's a quote. Do you know if there is anyone else in the house? Do you know if Kumanjayi Walker's here? And they're like, well, I don't know if anyone's in the house because we're not the owners. They're over there at that funeral thing. Okay. So at that time you knew, didn't you, that the people immediately outside the house were not the owners?
Initially I was speaking to the fella on the bed near the doorway.
Yes.
And the only interaction I had with I can't remember her name, sorry, but the lady who mentioned about the gun. Yep, so that was the person that Zach spoke to. So I was speaking to the gentleman at the front near the door, but I didn't speak to that lady who Zach spoke to, Mrs. Snape.
You then go on in that interview to say, I waited for one of my other colleagues, Zach, to come over, and I said, I had a look in the house and I seen someone go to the back and shut the door. So I said, I knew there was someone in the house. I didn't know who it was. I'll just stop you there. Is your evidence that you saw someone already in the house at that time, or that someone entered the house?
No, someone was already in the house.
You said to Zach, there's someone else in the house, mate. Do you want to come in with me and we'll search it? So he said, yep, no worries. So me and Zach went into the house. I walked in and then there's this fella there, and then you confront Kumanjayi. Just reflecting on this and giving us your best and honest answer to it, did you actually turn your mind at the time to whether or not you needed permission to enter the house, or was your focus just on seeing who was inside and effecting the arrest?
It's hard to take myself back to that, particular time, and what I was thinking. You can reflect on the whole thing as a whole, and the fella over there at 5'7" said, he was saying that he's in one of those two houses over there, so we went over there. So, there was a high level of suspicion that he was in one of those houses, but to form that belief, I guess, it's hard to say 100% whether I was focused on 100% him or, definitely we were looking for him, so our focus 100% was that, but yeah.
Your focus probably 100% was on looking for and finding Kumanjayi rather than obtaining permission to enter the house. Is that fair?
At that time, yeah.
When you first went into the house and you saw a young fella inside, you didn't know that it was Kumanjayi, is that right?
Initially, no.
Her Honour has seen the video, so we understand from the body-worn video footage the conversations that were had with Kumanjayi at that time. At some point, Kumanjayi says to Zach something, I withdraw that. Zach says to Kumanjayi something like, stand over here, mate, against the wall. You recall that?
Yes.
He asks him to take his hat off.
Yes.
And then he says something like, you're not in trouble. Just take your hat off. No worries. Put your hands behind your back. You heard him say that?
Yes.
At no time prior to that, had there been any explanation to Kumanjayi as to why police were there? Do you agree?
No, I don't. We didn't explain to him. No.
And you understand that now that this was a young fella who had FASD, poor impulse control.
Maybe he had FASD.
Perhaps had FASD, poor impulse control, had a history of lashing out if he was cornered. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you'd known that at the time, you wouldn't have approached Kumanjayi like that in the house, would you?
If I knew it was him.
Yes.
Correct.
And if you knew he had that history, that he possibly had FASD and had poor impulse control, you wouldn't think that it was a good idea to corner him against one of the walls with you and Officer Rolfe in close proximity without any indication as to why you were there or attempt to engage him?
I think, like from a understanding, if we are arresting somebody and they know we're coming to arrest them, like if they know, then we know that they're going to try and run away 9 times out of 10. So if we're still determining who they are, like ideally you would do it that way. You would communicate with them and do it calmly and that sort of thing. But generally, if you're trying to arrest somebody, you're not going to say, hey, we're looking for you. You've done this. We want to arrest you. We're not going to explain it like that. We have to be, because we need to. We don't want them to run away and escape and stuff like that. We need to arrest them so we can put them before the court and deal with them that way. But I understand what you're saying. But
at the time Kumanjayi had his back to the wall and was asked to stand there and take his hat off, how far away from him do you think you were?
Pretty close, within half a metre maybe.
Within half a metre. And what about Constable Rolfe?
Same, or he had his phone comparing a photograph next to him, so he was probably a little bit closer than me.
So what we see in the footage, I appreciate it's difficult because I'm not showing it to you, and I can do if you want to see it, is that Constable Rolfe used his left hand to hold up a phone next to Kumanjayi's face.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was comparing the photo that he had of Kumanjayi.
Correct.
Did you know at that time where that photo came from?
Don't know where the photo was, no.
In effect, Constable Rolfe's using one of his hands is taken up with holding the phone, correct?
Correct.
That limits some options he's got in terms of responding to Kumanjayi at short notice, doesn't it?
Definitely.
And you're within half a metre, that limits some options you've got in terms of responding, doesn't it? Because you're in such close proximity.
Definitely.
And so the beginning of your first interview, what you said is, we knew obviously, this is before you left Alice Springs, you knew obviously that he would try and get away by whatever means possible, whether he's grabbing a weapon or whatever. But the situation that you and Constable Rolfe had put yourself in that house, 511, was to limit the options you had to respond if he grabbed a weapon, because you're in close quarters and Constable Rolfe's holding up a phone near his face. Do you agree with that?
It works both ways. You're seeing it from one perspective, but we're seeing it from another perspective. If you give someone distance, then they can look around the room to try and grab something from the ground or move to a kitchen to grab a weapon. Where if you limit their movement, then they've only got what they have on them.
You didn't know what Kumanjayi had on him, did you?
No, I did not.
But given what you knew from the 6th of November, it was entirely plausible that he might have tried to grab a weapon if he saw or heard police in the community.
Definitely.
And before you entered house 511, you entered another house, 577. You were visible to members of the public, correct?
Yes.
You might have been visible to Kumanjayi if he was standing outside that house 511.
Yes,
You might have been visible to him if he was looking through a window and saw you, correct?
definitely.
Did it occur to you before you entered house 511 that if Kumanjayi had seen officers outside that house with a long arm, he might be frightened of them when they came in the house?
Definitely.
And you can, reflecting on it, did you reflect on that at the time?
No.
Looking back on it now, you can see, can't you, why a young man who, if he has poor impulse control and history of confrontation with the police, and he's seen police outside carrying a long arm weapon, might well be frightened when they come in and tell him to put his hands behind his back against a wall.
He might be, yes.
Your Honour, might we break there? I appreciate we've had a number of breaks, but I just wanted to refresh my memory.
Yes. We'll break for the lunch break and return at just after 2 o'clock. So as close to 2 o'clock.
Hello? Hello?
The person you are calling is not available. Please leave a short message and it will be sent as an audio message.
Hello.
Councillor Leibel, before the break I asked you whether or not you wanted to have a look again at that body-worn video footage, but you've seen it many times and you're comfortable with it without having watched it again.
Correct.
One of the things that you have explained previously in giving evidence is that in an attempt to contain Kumanjayi, when you're in the house standing beside Constable Rolfe, after he struggled, you did this manoeuvre. There was a distraction strike to Kumanjayi's face, is that right?
Yes.
So by a distraction strike, you mean an actual a strike to Kumanjayi's face using your fist, is that right?
Correct.
And by distraction, what's the aim there?
Your brain can't think of two things at once. So if you are triggered by particular pain or anything, you're then thinking about that and not about resisting for that split second.
And then straight after that, you moved in behind Kumanjayi, is that right?
Oh, not straight away, because he was still against the wall.
Okay, I'll just read to you, rather than try and summarise it, I'll just read to you what you say in your first interview. And this is at page 5. Page 4. Zach goes, no worries, and put his phone in his pocket, and he goes, put your hands behind your back. And that's when the guy started to struggle. So we've grabbed him, and then he started to really kick off. So I've distraction strike to the side of his face, his left side. I think I hit him here, so he would relinquish, stop fighting, so I could get his arm. Then he sort of came out from the wall at this stage, and Zach looked like he'd lost his arm. And so the guy sort of started slipping out, sort of back this way. So I've sort of come around and then tried to grab him from behind. That way he can't fight from behind, because you're not designed to fight backwards. And at this stage, you say, I've heard a couple of loud bangs, like boom, boom. In relation to the manoeuvre that you performed where you went behind Kumanjayi to try to grab him from behind, that's something that you've been taught, is that right?
What I use is a modified technique, but part of that is the technique that the police do teach, yes.
What's the technique that the police teach or taught prior to November 2019 first?
Oh, it's a seatbelt hold. They call it a seatbelt, like running across here. It's like a seatbelt. Like
running across your body, is that right?
Yeah, like from over the shoulder across here.
And you said you modified your technique. Is that because you've had particular training elsewhere?
Potentially. It could have been I was just staying in control of his arm to stay away from the weapon when I saw it.
All right. Well, I just want to go back a step, because at this stage, I think when you moved in behind Kumanjayi, you hadn't seen any weapon, had you?
No.
And you moved in behind him because you understood, well, this is the evidence you give, that people are not designed to fight backwards, correct?
Correct.
So your thinking there was that if you come in behind Kumanjayi, that would be an effective way for you to gain control over him.
Correct.
And at the time of the incident, you were, I think, 184 centimetres tall.
Yes.
95 kilograms.
Yes.
In top condition, correct? Physical condition.
I wasn't broken, yes.
All right. I don't want you to be falsely modest about it. You've always trained and kept full fit, is that
yes.
right? You did then in November 2019.
Correct.
And you do still, don't you?
Correct.
And Kumanjayi, you now know, don't you, was 175 centimetres, so
correct.
Significantly shorter than you, 10 centimetres shorter than you. If I asked you to accept that he was, at that time, 72 kilograms, 20 kilograms or so lighter than you.
Okay, I can accept that.
You would have noticed, wouldn't you, that he was a considerably smaller frame than you?
Correct.
So it was reasonable for you to think that getting in behind him would have been an effective way for you to maintain control.
Correct.
You've had specific training above and beyond your police training in martial arts, is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell Your Honour about that?
I've had a little bit of training within Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, some Aikido, and some trapping within Wing Chun techniques. And also I've had training for about a decade in Aboriginal martial art called Remanjeri martial arts.
I'm sure that everybody will be interested to hear about that specific training you'd had in the Aboriginal martial art that you just told us about. That was in South Australia, is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to come back to that, Constable, but in relation to your training in martial arts, has that involved training in both the physical aspect of martial arts and as well as the mental aspect?
There is a mental aspect. Yeah.
And have you found that of use whenever you have needed to tactically engage with people?
Yeah, it helps keep you calm, and
And do the forms of physical training in terms of restraint, for example, also assist you?
It does. Yeah.
Do they? Does it give you, do you think, a particular skill set in being able to restrain potential offenders or members of the public without having to resort to other means that involve, for example, a baton or spray?
I think it helps you understand how the body functions a bit more, so you understand how to control someone a bit better. But you still have to stay within the confines of what's instructed within the department. So then you're not stepping out the guidelines and then potentially be liable and things like that.
All right. But the manoeuvre that you just told us about, of moving in behind Kumanjayi to affect that restraint, that was broadly within your...
Correct.
It certainly wasn't outside of the guidelines of what was available to you, is that right?
That's correct.
And drawing then on your second interview at page 51, when you explain this again, you say, a struggle has ensued. Kumanjayi sort of came off the wall, facing further to the house, and then he pulled back as if to go to the exit backwards. And Zach sort of disappeared to my left against the wall where we had maybe initially had him and Kumanjayi. And you say, from that point, I moved in behind Kumanjayi, I put my arm around him, and that's where I could see he had something in his hand. I didn't know what it was initially. It looked like something sharp out of his hand, maybe a stick or something, because it was fairly dark. And then I told him to stop fighting and that sort of stuff, to calm down. And that's when I heard the first bang, when I was sort of behind him. So at the time that you heard the first bang, you were directly behind Kumanjayi, is that right?
Correct.
You said in your interview, then I looked down at my weapon, is my weapon going off? Because, that's sort of, I was disoriented, focusing on dealing with him, meaning Kumanjayi.
Correct.
And you say, then somehow I've pulled him down to the ground. And that's when, looking at the body worn, it looks at that point when I've sort of, on the other side, that's when a couple more bangs have gone off, yeah. But initially in my memory, it was all a bit blurred. And that's when I've seen him as I pulled him down. And then you say, the question was about how many bangs did you hear? Where were you at the time? And Officer Wood says, no, that's all good. You go on to explain that manoeuvre about standing behind Kumanjayi. And you ask this question at page 52. Do you believe that you had full control of Kumanjayi at that stage, like full control before you heard those bangs go off? And you say, full control, now one of his arms, I think I had his left arm, and then I hooked it over the top just to hold him. I said, stop fighting, but I could see armed with a weapon, so I didn't have control of that. So not until did we have him stabilised on the ground and I got the weapon out, then we had full control. But he wasn't going anywhere, if that's your question. But yeah, full control, not necessarily. That's correct evidence?
Yeah, that's correct.
Page 56, you're asked this question by Officer Wood. I guess inside the house, when everything's a struggle and everything's unfolding, did you feel physically threatened by Kumanjayi? And you say, do you mean physically, was I frightened, like from him? I wasn't frightened trying to restrain him, to arrest him. No, not at all. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're asked by Officer Wood, were you at any stage concerned for your welfare or your partner's welfare, safety? And you said, I think once I saw there was something sharp in his hand, I was concerned about how I'm going to sort of take him down to make sure that I'm not going to get stabbed or whatever. But I wasn't thinking, I sort of was thinking about the moment, how am I going to get him down and that sort of stuff, which happened so fast. I wasn't sort of thinking about, I better move him over here, because I didn't even know where my colleague was over the page. He wasn't in my vision. I was vision behind him, looking at this weapon and take him down, yelling at him to stop fighting. I don't know, to me it was more like just like any other sort of arrest, like get him down, handcuff him, and then take him away as a prisoner. I didn't even know that he was shot. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't consider getting your weapon out at any time during the course of that arrest, did you?
No.
And what I've just read to you and what you said in your first interview expresses your surprise when you realised that Kumanjayi had been shot.
Definitely.
In your first interview, you expressed it like this: I've heard a couple of loud bangs, like boom, boom, like that's what, and I was like, bloody hell, like has my gun got off or what? Because it didn't sound to you like you would expect a gunshot.
No, that's right, yeah.
And it didn't occur to you that Constable Rolfe had fired in those circumstances?
Not at that point.
At the time the first shot was fired, you were standing directly behind Kumanjayi, correct?
Correct.
Do you know now where you were when the second and third shots were fired?
Yep. Sort of laying down next to him.
Laying next to Kumanjayi on the ground?
Yeah.
Directly on top of him or beside him?
Kind of in the same position, but he was sort of like, or sort of off to the side more, but still holding his arm and that sort of stuff. So.
Did it occur to you that your colleague would fire a weapon in those closed circumstances, firstly when you were standing directly behind Kumanjayi?
No.
And then second and third time when you were directly behind him on the ground?
No, not from my perception, no.
Do you think, looking back on it, or I withdraw that, is it fair to say that you were centimetres away from Kumanjayi at the time the shots were fired?
Yeah, well, I was touching him, so, yeah.
Do you think that in those circumstances there was a real risk that you could have been shot?
Potentially, yeah.
Officer, I'm not going to ask you many questions about the scene back at the police station. I understand that you have detailed this on many occasions prior, that the handcuffs were placed on Kumanjayi. He was placed in the back of the police wagon. You got him to the station. There were significant efforts to try and assist Kumanjayi in rendering first aid, correct?
Correct.
And you yourself, we can hear on the video, were trying to comfort Kumanjayi. You can appreciate from his family's perspective, they will understand that you were offering Kumanjayi some words of comfort. We can hear them in the video, is that right?
Yes.
You can understand from their perspective how distressing it must be that they weren't in there, being able to offer him comfort themselves.
Yeah, 100%.
I just want to ask you some questions about a conversation that you had with one of your colleagues when you were still in Yuendamu, and you were asked about this in your very first interview. You say at page 12, you're asked this question by Officer Powell. Besides this statement you've given me now, have you had any conversations with any person about what's occurred in regards to providing a complete version of events to them? Now it's 3 a.m. on the morning just after this tragedy has occurred. You say, I had a bit of a chat to one of the other members, but it was more for my own sanity, a bit of a debrief about my own thoughts and, what I was doing and that sort of stuff, because I only had a one-person view. Yeah. By one-person view, do you mean your own view or somebody else's?
No, my view, yeah.
And you go on to say he mentioned what he'd seen, and I was saying, I didn't even see that because he was there too. And you explained that's Tony Hawkins.
Correct.
I'm not being critical of you about that conversation, but just to the best of your memory, can you tell Her Honour what you and Tony Hawkins said to each other before you left Yuendamu?
Basically, it was just I explained my account, what I was seeing and what I was dealing with, and he explained his account, which was totally different from his perspective. So, yeah, that's all. We just basically ran through, around the house and what was going on, and yeah.
What did Officer Hawkins say to you was his perspective at the time?
I think he mentioned he was outside on his cordon point, and then he heard what he thought was a gunshot. He ran in to the doorway and that's when he saw Zach coming over the top and firing 2 more shots. Yeah, and that's basically what he saw from his perspective. Because at that point, I only realised I thought there was only 2 shots from my original statement, and then not until afterwards.
Not until after you watched the body worn video. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's correct. Yeah.
When you were interviewed at 3 a.m, had you been on duty until that time?
I had.
And so you weren't relieved at any point up until that point, is that right?
No, that's correct.
When you were interviewed, you were still there in Yuendamu.
Correct.
What did you do after that?
After the interview?
Yes.
I think till just after 4 o'clock, we're still sort of walking around the station before went back when I had a bit of a rest. I think when I was speaking to detectives, that's when I realised I actually had Constable Rolf's body worn, which I mentioned to him, and they took it from me after that. And then, till about 8 o'clock in the morning, then got up again.
And you've explained in your interview you accidentally swapped videos, body worn videos with Constable Rolf, is that right?
Yeah, it must have been during the altercation, and they fell on the floor, and then that's when they got sort of swapped over there.
In any event, your body worn video was handed over, is that right? I withdraw that. You provided the body worn video of Constable Rolf to...
Yeah, I think it was Detective Senior Constable Greg Keane, I believe.
On that evening, I withdraw that, in the early hours of the morning of the 10th, did you notice any injury on yourself?
Not at that stage, no.
At any time, I withdraw that. Can you recall when Constable Rolf left the community of Yuendamu?
I think it was the when we first went to pick up those extra officers for the first trip to the airstrip there.
That was prior to midnight, is that right?
Correct.
Did you have any conversation with Constable Rolf before he left as to what had occurred?
There might have been a bit of a conversation. I'm just trying to remember. There might have been a bit of a conversation, but it was more about his injury, about that. Not about the whole thing, because there was a lot going on. So, and I was patrolling around the back with Tony, and I'm not too sure where Zach was. I think he was inside this police station.
When did you get back to Alice Springs?
The afternoon, the next day, on the 10th, I believe, late afternoon.
When you came in late afternoon, sorry, that was the Sunday, is that correct?
I think so.
Okay. If I can ask you to accept that was the Sunday that you flew back. The Kumanjayi passed away on the Saturday evening. You were interviewed in the early hours of the morning on the Sunday, the 10th.
Yes.
You then came back into Alice Springs on that afternoon
Yes.
of the 10th.
Yes.
Did you go home or into the station, or what did you do?
So from the airstrip, we come back to the station. Then I handed over my clothes, because I still had my clothes from the incident. So that was seized for evidence and that sort of stuff. Then we had a quick chat to union reps, I think, just about welfare, make sure you're okay and that sort of stuff, and then basically went home from there.
Did you have any? You're talking about we there. Did you have any further? Was that you and Officer Hawkins?
Yeah, and might have been someone else. I can't recall who was there, but I remember Tony was there.
And was there any further discussion with Tony about what had happened?
We're exhausted, I think. Yep.
So you then went home, tried to get some sleep. Is that right?
Yeah.
How did you feel at that time?
Emotional. Yeah. Distressed.
The next day was Monday.
Yeah.
Did you go to work on that day, the 11th?
No, I don't think so. It's a bit of a blur, really.
Do you recall now, did you have any contact with Constable Rolf on the afternoon or evening of Sunday the 10th?
I think he was in the station, but I can't recall having any conversation with him.
You recall seeing him in the station, is that right?
It's blurred, that memory, because people have mentioned it, and I don't know whether I did or whether that was them telling me that he was there, and so, yeah.
On Monday the 11th, was there a debrief planned as to what had occurred?
That's right, yeah.
And where was that initially going to take place?
I think at the police station, but we had an IRT office across the road from the police station, so originally we were going to go there. It got changed though.
Who was originally organising it?
I don't know. I think it might have been Shane McCormack.
And is that just to the best of your memory, or can?
That's just the best of my memory.
And what was the purpose of that initial?
Well, I thought it was a bit of a debrief, bit of a chat about how things were and how you're going and that sort of stuff.
Were you told who was going to go then?
Just the IRT members from memory.
And did you? So you assumed that Constable Rolfe would be there? Is that right?
Yeah.
And at any time after you were interviewed at 3 a.m, did any senior officer ever direct you not to speak about the incident with any of your colleagues?
No.
Did the debrief take place at the IRT office?
No, it did not.
Was there any sort of debrief on that day?
Well, what I thought was going to be a debrief wasn't really a debrief.
What happened?
It was changed, I think, to Zach's house. Went around for a barbecue and had a bit of a chat, well, just about general things. I tried to talk about the incident, but Shane McCormack said, no, don't talk about it. So
I'll just stop you there. So there was an informal, or there was a barbecue at Zach's house, wasn't there?
Correct.
You were invited to come. Had you ever been to Zach's place at any time prior?
No.
Who invited you to go there?
Had a text. I can't remember if it was a text message or a call. I can't remember who contacted me, whether it was Tony or Shane. So.
What? Tony Hawkins or Shane McCormack?
Correct.
Is that right? Did you go to Zach's place with anybody?
No, I drove there myself.
What time did you get there, do you think?
It was sort of like late afternoon, maybe around 5, maybe. I'm only guessing.
When you arrived, what other police were there?
Obviously, Zach was there. I think Paul Henderson was there. Who else? Don't know. I think Tony was there. Anthony Hawkins. And I don't know whether they were there at the time. There were some other police that were there.
Remember Mitch Hansen being there?
It's a vague memory. He probably would have been there.
Why do you say that?
Because he was part of the IRT team, and yeah.
What about Brianna Boney? Was she there?
She was there, yeah.
And was she a member of the IRT?
No.
What about Kirstenfeld? Was he there?
I can't recall, but I could assume he probably would be, but yeah.
And that's because he was a member of the IRT?
Yep.
And he'd been out there on the night? Yep. And you assumed that everybody who'd been out there, the 4 members of the IRT, were invited to that barbecue?
Correct.
Because it was part of the debrief, is that right?
Yeah.
Was Donaldson there?
I can't even recall whether he was there or not.
Do you know an officer, Evan Kelly?
Yeah, he was there.
Evan was there, okay.
Yeah.
And you said earlier, I think, you started to mention the incident?
Yeah, that's right.
What did you say?
I think I was talking about in the room where I was and stuff like that, and then talking about the actual sort of crux in the, where the actual shooting happened. I was talking about positions, and that's when Shane's like, no, don't talk about it.
When you started to talk about it, where you were, the crux of it, the positions, was Zach there?
I believe they all were sitting in there.
And which part of the house were you in at that time?
Just in the lounge room, just as you're going through the front door.
Now, was Boney there for that conversation?
Can't recall that.
In her recorded statement, if I can just ask you to take this from me, I'm not suggesting you've heard it. She says this, that there was a discussion about the use of force, the training that we all receive in terms of use of force, other similar incidents that have happened in the past. And we were all kind of having that conversation under the premise that Zach, at the fact of it, had adhered to our training, the edge weapon equals gun, and we all thought he'd be back at work within the week. Do you remember any conversation, firstly, about the use of force training?
No.
Do you remember any conversation about edge weapons? Do you remember any conversation about the fact that really, what Zach had done was justified?
No, the only thing I can remember, there was some talk about Zach thought it would be over in no time, and we were sort of in the suggestion that no, it's gonna be a bit long-winded. It's not going to be over in a short space of time. So that's all.
What did Zach say about exactly?
I've only got a rough recollection. I don't have specific words. So.
Sure. What's the best of you? To the best of your recollection, what did he say?
Basically, what I just said. That's basically all I can sort of recall the gist of it. So.
That it'd be over pretty quick.
Yeah.
And you thought, no, it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
It was. You thought, didn't you, that it needed to be properly investigated?
Correct.
And that there would need to be a full police investigation as to whether or not use of force in that instance was justified?
But definitely, yeah. Plus that, plus obviously, you know, someone had died, so there'd be a coronial and all sorts of things. Yeah.
You knew it was a serious event, didn't you?
Definitely, yeah.
And you said the night before you'd been emotional. What did you reflect at all at that time on the fact that a young man had lost his life?
I think definitely would have. Yeah, definitely. We never go to work to, you know, to wish that on anybody, you know. Mm.
And in terms of the investigation, you certainly didn't resent the fact that there would be a full investigation as to what had occurred.
Can you please repeat?
Sure, I'll put it a different way. You've been a Northern Territory police officer since 2015.
Yes.
You've given evidence earlier that you would have respected a written operations order from a commander.
Correct.
You respect the fact that there's a need for a full investigation in circumstances where any use of force is occurs.
Definitely. Yes.
You would certainly expect a full and thorough investigation when there's a use of force that results in a loss of life.
100%.
And you would expect that to take some time, not to be over in a short period of time, correct?
Correct.
When you were at that barbecue, do you recall that a phone call was made to any sergeant?
No.
You've given evidence about a discussion where you try to have a discussion and Sergeant McCormack says something and stops it. What did McCormack say at that time, to the best of your memory?
I think what I mentioned before, he just said, no, don't talk about it. Yeah.
I asked you earlier about your knowledge of protocols. There's a protocol in place that is called the Death in Custody and Investigation of Serious Incidents or Fatal Incidents Resulting from Police Contact with the Public. Did you know of the existence of that protocol as at November 2019?
No, I did not.
Do you know now that what that protocol requires is that officers be separated after a death in custody?
Yes, I do.
And do you appreciate now that the importance of that is that so that their account is not contaminated by another officer, either accidentally or deliberately?
Definitely.
And do you also appreciate that the significance of that so that the public maintains confidence in the evidence given by police officers?
Yes.
Do you understand that Commander Proctor, when he did his investigation for Her Honour as part of the Coronial, is critical of the fact that there was this meeting during a barbecue where officers had the opportunity to discuss things in front of each other?
I wasn't aware of what he mentioned, but obviously that would be an issue from his perspective, yeah.
Do you accept that now that there's been a breach of that protocol, the deaths in custody protocol?
Yes, I understand, yes.
It certainly wasn't your intention to deliberately disobey it, was it?
No.
You were never given any direction by somebody more senior to you as to the fact that you should have been separated?
No.
If you had been, would you have gone to that barbecue and discussed matters in relation to what occurred?
I wouldn't. And probably me and Anthony Hawkins wouldn't be patrolling around the rear of the police station together either. So it could have been separated a lot earlier and dealt with, yep.
Okay. What do you think? I'm grateful for your reflections about that. You're talking about still when you were back at Yuendamu.
Correct.
After the tragic death.
Correct.
You should have been given a clear direction at that stage, shouldn't you? That you be separated from your fellow officers to...
Definitely.
Particularly after the first aid had been administered.
Yes, definitely.
After that time, you should have been separated so that there was no opportunity for you to inadvertently contaminate each other's evidence.
Correct.
If that opportunity wasn't available because of circumstances, another possible protection would be maintaining the body-worn video so that all conversations were recorded and interactions were recorded.
Her Honour's suggestion there, officer.
That's a good point.
Always a good point, judges.
I'm going to come to, at the end of my questions for you, and a number of lessons to be learnt from this tragic death, but one of them is the importance of educating all officers about that protocol into deaths in custody, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
At the time that you were, just coming back to your experience in police, you joined the Northern Territory Police Force in 2015. Prior to that, where were you working?
With the South Australian Police.
When did you join the South Australian Police?
2012.
And what role did you have in the South Australian Police?
General duties, yeah. In a bit of a regional locality.
And what brought you to the Northern Territory, Constable?
I had family living up here and they were sort of encouraging me to come up, so.
You joined the Territory Force in 2015. You went into general duties initially, is that right?
Correct.
Did you stay in general duties or move around?
I did it for about 12 months. Did some relief in one of the communities, 2016, just a short relief, and then maybe in partway through 2016, 2017, I joined the Youth and Community Engagement.
And you told us earlier, the best of your memory, you started with the IRT effectively in early 2019.
Yeah, that's correct.
And since then, I know you've had some experience in remote communities, which I'll come back to. But at the time, November 2019, you'd done what you described as short relief. I think it was about 6 weeks remote service in 2017. Is that right?
Yeah, must be something like that. Yeah.
Which community was that?
Fink or Aptula is the local name.
When you started with the IRT, the sergeant who was in control of or in charge of the IRT was Sergeant Bowens. Is that right?
Bowens, yeah.
Bowens, I beg your pardon. Thank you. Did you work with him at any time outside of your work at the IRT?
I don't recall, so no.
He certainly wasn't somebody you had much to do with, is that right?
Correct.
Did he conduct the training sessions for the IRT?
Him and one other officer, yeah.
By November 20, I'll withdraw that. I don't need you to go through the whole training regime, but with the IRT, you were trained a little bit more than general duties in specific areas, is that right?
Correct.
How often did you meet with your fellow IRT members to do training?
Yeah, so once we were qualified, which was over a couple of weeks, then we, once every roster period, I think I mentioned earlier today, if we're available, usually on a Wednesday, which is allocated training day for a particular patrol group for that week. But so we just jumped on there. As long as you were free, you can jump on the training and yeah.
Sometimes you weren't free, obviously.
Correct.
In 2019, are you able to estimate how many times you would have done specific training with the IRT prior to November?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I was. We were okay to do a fair few of them because we worked in the youth engagement. We were predominantly permanent nights, so we just worked 4 on, 4 off from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m.
And when you say we, you're referring to you and Officer Hawkins, is that
Correct.
right? Yeah. And whenever so are you able to say then in terms of your training with the IRT, would it be more than 5 times you did training with the IRT?
Just reflecting, trying to think. It might be around that number.
Was there a record kept of any training that was done with the IRT?
I think Sergeant Bowens kept the record, but I don't know how he filed those records of people passing the qualifying.
We asked Sergeant
Bowens
about that. In relation to your training with the IRT, on each occasion was that conducted with Sergeant Bowens? Bowens, sorry.
Yes.
Outside of your work with the IRT, you were based in Alice Springs in November 2019, correct?
Correct.
And apart from that 6 weeks remote stint that you told us about, you were based in Alice Springs, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any perception over the time that you were in Alice Springs that the crime rate was increasing or decreasing or was it stable?
In 2019?
No, from the time you came into the NT Police in 2015 through to 2019.
I wouldn't be able to remember to tell you that, sorry.
One of the roles of police in Alice Springs and throughout the Northern Territory is to detain people and put them in protective custody if they're deemed to be so intoxicated that they might be at risk to themselves or others. Is that right?
Yeah, basically unable to care for themselves, and yeah.
Did you have any perception that between 2015 to 2019, I would draw that, from your time in the NT Police from 2015 to 2019, did you from time to time put people in protective custody?
Yes, many times.
Okay. So they hadn't committed any criminal offences, but they were put in protective custody for their own welfare, essentially. Is
yes.
that right? Did you have any perception that between 2015 and 2019, the number of people placed in protective custody was increasing or decreasing or staying the same?
It was hard because it fluctuated, through different times of the year, depending on whether there was events on in Alice Springs where a lot of people come in. It's sort of, through those times, around the show and things like that, then, those sorts of things increased a little bit. So it's hard to determine without looking at facts and figures. Yeah.
When you were in South Australia, working as a police officer between 2012 to 2015, did you have much engagement with Aboriginal people?
Fair bit. Yeah.
When you came to the Northern Territory, did you have more or less engagement with Aboriginal people?
Generally, on a day-to-day basis, it would be more. Yeah.
When you were in South Australia, were you trained in cultural competency? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Cultural safety. And did you have that training again in Northern Territory? Cultural competency?
I can't recall whether I did or I didn't.
Did you have to go through the full training when you swapped from?
No,
to NT?
No, it was a shortened course, so they call it the Accelerated Recruit Program, which is a bit of a bridging course.
Where you grew up where did you grow up, Adam? Which area?
A couple of different areas. Yeah.
You spent time in South Australia growing up, is that right?
A little bit, yes.
You mentioned earlier Raminjeri Arts, is that right?
Raminjeri martial arts, yeah.
Who did you learn that form of martial arts from?
From an elder within the community, yep.
In South Australia, is that right?
Yes.
Where's that community?
Oh, it goes from the Murray Mouth up near Victor Harbour, right down around Kangaroo Island along the coast up to the Torrens. Yeah.
And how was it that you came to have an engagement with an Aboriginal elder from that community?
Because I moved in next door and found that he was interested in martial arts, and I had a particular an old item that I wasn't using anymore that I used to use for martial arts, and thought, he could use that since he likes those sorts of things, and presented it to him and just gave it to him, and that's when he wasn't going to take it for nothing and said, this for knowledge then, and I'm like, okay. Well, it was a bit of an open book, so yeah.
So what happened after that in terms of your relationship with that gentleman?
Well, yeah, I started training with him, and he started, sharing not only the martial arts, but part of the spiritual, journey with the Raminjeri people, and he eventually taught me a ceremony, and which was, which he hadn't even taught to his own son. So, yeah.
How old were you when you met that fellow?
About 25.
And how long was your relationship with him?
About a decade before he passed away. Yeah.
Was that a meaningful relationship to you?
Oh, yep.
Can you tell Her Honour, because Her Honour will be interested, what was that relationship like?
Basically, it was basically turned into a best friend. Like sharing, common interests, and I was really interested in culture, and he taught me many great things, and I was glad I was there in his last hours and helped him out. So that was good. But I don't know if that really sheds a light on it, but yeah. And I know he had a number of issues when he was growing up, with the law and things like that. And I know when I applied to be a police officer, when I was going to apply, I actually asked him what he thought, because I knew that he'd had some negative run-ins, and he gave me a blessing to do it, you know. So that was really good. So yeah.
You were there when he actually passed away.
I was. He was doing martial arts at the time, helping out with a grading, and yeah, he fell down with a heart attack, and we weren't able to revive him. So
that relationship was really one where you were able to be mentored by an Aboriginal man. Is that right?
correct.
And that remains to you, doesn't it, an extremely important relationship?
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
And you had that relationship before you came to the Northern Territory.
I did.
Is it one that you think has assisted you, that learning that you got from that Aboriginal man, has it helped you in your work in the Northern Territory?
Oh, 100%. You know, like showing respect to country when you travel and working in another area, like which was taught in the old ways when a tribe was, or a community group was going to travel to another community group, they would stop on the border and they would light a fire to attract the community to ask permission to walk the land. And that's what I do when I go and work somewhere. I ask permission to walk the land, seek out the elders of that area, and it shows respect, and they tell you where you can and can't walk. They also explain, you know, cultural areas, and they'll also tell you stories and things. So, yeah.
So that learning about the respect that you need to pay to elders was something that was embedded, really, for you with that relationship? With that?
Correct.
When you came to Alice Springs, did you ever hear any of the officers in Alice Springs express negative attitudes about Aboriginal people?
No, not you know, hearing voices or things like that wouldn't be.
Excuse me, Mama.
Ah.
Sorry, Constable, did you yourself, in front of any other officers, I'm not suggesting you did, and I'm not about to show you any text messages to suggest you did either, did you ever use any negative expressions about Aboriginal people when you were working? You're aware, aren't you, that Her Honour has in evidence text messages that were sent to and from Constable Rolfe that describe Aboriginal people in deeply offensive ways. You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah.
The sorts of expressions used include Constable Rolfe referring to I just want to start, but I know these are causing distress in the community, so I just want to give a warning that I'm going to refer just very briefly to some of the things that are said and apologise.
Well, everyone's aware of the general nature, and that we put on that basis as to what it's really that's all being asked for.
Well, I'm going to use these specific expressions and just ask if the officer has heard them. My learned friend has no further objections about it. Have you ever heard anybody referring to Aboriginal people as coons? In the police station?
No.
Neanderthals?
No.
Grubby fucks?
No.
Niggers?
In the police station or by any police officers at any time?
No way, no.
You say no way. What would you do if you heard a fellow police officer refer to Aboriginal people using those expressions?
I'd address it.
How?
Well, if they were of the same similar rank, I would tell them that's not appropriate. And if they're a higher rank, then I would seek a senior person that who I come under, and then let them know so they can address it.
When that evidence came out in this inquest, did you come to learn that in fact there was a sergeant who was involved in Alice Springs Police who was using some of that language? You're now aware of that?
Yeah, via text message, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it shock you to know that?
I was surprised, yeah.
That level of leadership that's required by a sergeant is extremely important, isn't it?
Definitely.
To have a sergeant use a term like coon is disgraceful, isn't it?
It's definitely derogatory, you know, yeah.
And there's no place for it in the Northern Territory Police Force, is it?
Not anywhere, to be honest.
I'm nearly finished, Constable. I just want to ask you, finish by asking you two different topics. One is an important one about the lessons that we can learn from the tragic death of Kumanjayi. You're familiar, aren't you, with the Northern Territory Police Force practice and procedures, which says that the emphasis will always be on avoidance of conflict where possible with police and the community.
Correct.
And you respect that policy?
Yeah. So community means anywhere basically we're working, not just in remote communities. Yeah.
And what it says is prior to attendance at incidents, officers should thoroughly analyse all available information and evaluate the full potential of the situation in order to avoid potential confrontation. You're aware of that? In relation to planning for an arrest, I think this consistent with the evidence you've given so far, there are a number of options when you're planning, correct?
Correct.
You might do a cordon and contain so that you can negotiate with somebody, correct?
Yeah, so that would be like a hostage type situation, yeah.
But in some circumstances, when your general duties are affecting an arrest, would there be cause for cordon and contain?
Only yeah, if you didn't know where he was in a particular area, you would cordon off the area, yeah.
In general duties, when you're arresting someone, there'd certainly be an option to negotiate with them as to arrest?
We always negotiate with people, yeah.
In a community environment, you might spend some more time with people that you know, negotiating with them, is that right?
Yes.
In other circumstances, you might need to use the element of surprise if you're effecting an arrest. Is that right?
By not informing them that, yeah, correct.
But in all circumstances, prior to attending, officers should analyse the available information and plan to avoid a confrontation.
Definitely.
I'm going to suggest to you that these lessons come from the attempted arrest of, or the arrest of Kumanjayi on the 9th of November. That given the arrest of Kumanjayi was thought to be the primary purpose of the 9th of November, there should have been more planning for a risk assessment. Do you agree with that in hindsight?
Yeah, more information should have been obtained prior to, yeah.
And then that information should have been used to agree on the risk assessment?
Yes.
And there should have been a written operations order that we could ensure all members of the IRT had read before they went to House 511 and 577.
Well, a plan, yeah. Operations order is usually a lot larger scale, but yeah.
An arrest plan.
Correct.
And each of the members who are going to be engaged in the arrest should have been in agreement as to what the plan was. Do you agree?
Yes, and if it was to change, if there was a plan, that would have to be run by, through the commander or whoever initiated.
The worst case scenario in an arrest is where somebody gets killed, either a police officer or a civilian, isn't it?
Yes.
That needs to be avoided at all costs.
Yes.
Correct. In this circumstance, there was, I would draw that, in this circumstance, in terms of the arrest of Kumanjayi, more thorough planning may have avoided a fatal confrontation. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
This scenario of the planned arrest of Kumanjayi, I'm going to suggest to you, might be an important learning scenario to present to members of the police force at a training session. Do you
Yes.
agree with that? Yes. You're now working as a trainer, is that right?
Correct.
Do you agree that you could take this, it could be incorporated in your learning manual? For
Yes.
other officers?
Yeah.
I just want to finish on this point, Constable Ebel. Before you came in today, we were discussing some issues and I asked you about your time in a remote community since Kumanjayi passed away. After, in fact, the committal in relation to the charges laid against Constable Rolfe, you went to work in Alpara, is that right?
Alpara, yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell Her Honour about that community?
Yes, the community is approximately 250 kilometres northeast of Alice Springs, It's a little bit different to a lot of remote communities because although the police station is in the community Alpara, Alpara is part of the Utopia Homelands outstation movement, where it's consisted of about 16 different outstations spread out with the different family groups sort of living in the little outstations. It also encompasses the community of Mbladowich and a couple of other small outstations that are not part of the Utopia Homelands. There's about 1,400 people that live there in total when everyone's there. And that's basically the
Were you acting sergeant for that period of time?
remote sergeant is the rank there.
And how long were you there for?
A little bit over 2 years.
Which community or which outstation were you based at?
Yeah, so the police station's in Alpara itself, yeah.
How many officers did you have working underneath you at that time?
Well, initially there was only me and one other for about 14 months. And then recently, I suppose within the last bit before I left, and there was 3 of us, including myself.
You mentioned to me outside of the courtroom that you actually presented yourself on 2 different occasions to members of the community to explain what had happened with the arrest of Kumanjayi?
Yeah, so when in community, when someone's being questioned by the community members from something they might have done that is questionable, whether they agree or disagree to it, they would often present in front of the community members in a meeting with all the elders, and they'll explain what happened, and then the person would go away. And then the community would talk about, what's going to happen to that person, whether they get punishment or whatever it might be. So out of respect to the community, I also did the same thing. So after the committal hearing was here, obviously the evidence was out there in the public. So then I presented in front of all the community members in Alpara, and I also explained my involvement in the incident at Yuendamu. And then I did that in Alpara, and then left the room, and then all the community members spoke about it, and then come in, and they still accepted me, and they knew that I wasn't the one that had fired the gun, and so they were happy to keep me there, and that sort of thing. So I also did that in Mbladowich as well, in front of the community, and they had some requests in relation to that. They wanted me. Because they didn't want this sort of thing to happen anywhere, and they didn't want it especially out there. And so they asked if you come to community and you're looking for someone, there was a particular elders that we could speak to that knew most of the people in the community. And then they would say, oh, you need to go and speak to this family member, that's their parents. And then we would go there and speak to the parents if we were looking for an arrest target. And then they would present them to us, and we'd do it peacefully like that. So. Yeah.
And so did that help you in performing
definitely.
your role?
Yeah.
And were there occasions in the community where there were conflict between different family groups?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Did you and other officers play a role in helping to mediate that?
Yeah, definitely. There was an incident where there was a bit of a sorry camp, and one of the other family members come in there with weapons, and disrespectful is very. There was quite a lot of anger within the community, so we mediated because they wanted to obviously go back at them with weapons and things like that. So we mediated, and so they got rid of the weapons, and they still met with one another, had a little bit of an altercation, but it wasn't anything severe, and they shook hands, hugged, and the problem was dealt with in the most peaceful way that it could have been.
Was that meaningful work for you to help the community sort through that conflict?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Final question, did you enjoy your time at Alpara?
Oh, yeah, it was amazing, yep.
Why?
Just the people, and you become part of the community, and I had kids there, and they also went to local school, and they made friends, and it's just such an eye opener, and just be there to help your family basically, because that's what they are, your community, basically your extended family. So yeah, it was good.
Why did you leave?
Oh, because of my son, who was doing high school, and it was a bit hard to be separate. So that's why we moved. Otherwise, we'd still stay out there. It was great.
You also seem to have a very extensive understanding through your experiences of Aboriginal culture. We've heard about perhaps even some slightly conflicting evidence about the risk created by what we have heard of as payback, but which we are told is not a cultural concept of payback. Were you concerned for your safety or that something would occur to the members in the room after the shooting?
While we were out there in the police station, I mean that's sure that was going through your mind. Potentially the community members potentially trying to breach into the police station because they were very angry while we were patrolling out the back. They were throwing rocks and we were ducking down behind things. I mean, we knew they were really angry, so that was definitely went through our mind. Yeah. So.
When that went through your mind, that was, am I right that was more your understanding that there were some members of the community that were angry as a result of someone being shot?
Oh, definitely.
And you could understand that. You didn't understand that in any terms of any sort of traditional sense of payback.
I think it's just in general, like, I mean, you know, in general, how someone would be unhappy if, you know, you lost any loved one and that was at the hands of someone else, you would be upset about it.
You could certainly appreciate the community's distress at not knowing what had happened to Kumanjayi after he'd been shot.
Of course.
Your Honour, is that a convenient time to break?
Yes, an afternoon break.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour.
We'll take the afternoon adjournment.
time when 3:05 a.m. on the 10th of November, right through to evidence at the committal and trial involving Zachary Roll. You also gave an interview to Alice Springs Police on the 11th of February 2020, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And that transcript is in the brief of evidence, Your Honour. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Bowe.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Nice to have you back.
Nice to be back, Your Honour. Constable, the evidence that Counsel Assisting took you through in terms of your engagement, firstly with your mentor in Adelaide and then your time at Apatula. Do you recall you and I having a conversation about this outside the trial back in February this year?
Correct.
And we sat down after you worked out that I was not a work experience student. Sorry, for the record, I'm appearing for the Walker, Lane and Robertson families. What I want to ask you is this. Is it clear that prior to going to Yuendamu on the 9th of November, you had, other than your very important relationship with your mentor, very little understanding of the cultural issues in Yuendamu?
Yeah, I didn't know much about. I've only ever been to that community once, but that was only to the airstrip, and that was it. So,
yes. And you spoke about having gained some knowledge in Apatula about how the elders there sought to give you some assistance of how you might not be faced with a similar situation as you encountered in Yuendamu, by suggesting things like come and speak to particular elders in order to find somebody you needed to arrest, for example.
No, it wasn't in Apatula because that was earlier on. That was in Bloodowich,
yes,
which was after the fact, yeah.
Sure. But all of this was after the 9th of November. This was after the committal that you went to those communities.
No, Apatula, I went there before the incident.
I stand corrected. I apologise. I meant the communities in which you learned a bit more about the culture of the communities you were servicing after the committal.
Yeah, so yeah, that was Utopia Homelands, and that, yeah, correct.
And that's where they gave you some information as to how you might more peacefully conduct an arrest by coming and speak to elders and the like.
Correct.
El Parara, is that right?
Alpara, yeah,
Okay.
and in Bloodowich, yeah.
Thank you. Had you known what you now know from those teachings, would you have approached your duties on the 9th of November differently?
I think now that I've been spent a couple of years in community, I think things definitely would have run a little bit differently. Yeah.
That's a bit of an understatement, isn't it? You would have taken a lot of different steps.
Yeah, definitely. But obviously the sergeant of that community probably didn't run it like that either. But I think if we can all learn, I think, from that experience, and potentially what the community out at Bloodowich has suggested, I think, is another good tool.
You also, if I may say, said some important things that you observed, that you said something along the lines of any information as to Kumanjayi would have been very helpful before you embarked upon the arrest attempt at around 7 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
And you added local knowledge is always best, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So and from the induction, IRT induction course Southern Command document, which is at 336 in the brief, I noticed that there's almost nothing in that induction course that deals with approaching a community in a culturally appropriate way. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure of that document you're referring to, but so I
certainly
can't comment.
Yeah. So your induction in the IRT did not involve any regard for cultural information. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, it wasn't designed around that, no.
And to be precise, you joined the IRT on the 26th of November 2018, but you only passed your IRT weapons qualifications in August 2019. Is that accurate? I get that from the brief at 7:32. Do you agree with that generally?
I'm not. No, that wouldn't have been like that. Usually, when we applied for the IRT, there was an application process. Then after you had passed, then when they did the 2-week, which was in summer, because I remember it being very hot,
Yes.
which probably would have been January, February, when we did the 2 weeks. That's when we had to pass all of our competencies in relation to that. Would have been then, not in the middle of the year in August.
All right.
No.
All right. In any event, the general issue that I wanted to just ask you a few questions about at first is that the actions you took as being deployed as part of the IRT team did not take into account any cultural sensitivities in Yunamu as of that time. Is that fair? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
And that's something I suspect from what you've said so far that you regret. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Now, can I just turn to just some topics covered by Dr. Dwyer first before I get to the 3 issues that I wanted to cover? In relation to the barbecue, were you on duty at that time?
No.
Was it your understanding that others were not on duty either?
Correct.
So, although it started as a proposed debrief, in a formal sense, it ended up being really just a social occasion where the people involved in the incident were gathering. Is that fair?
Yeah, plus others that weren't involved.
Yes. And as to the others that weren't involved, was Bonnie there when you arrived?
I can't recall that. No.
How long were you there for?
I know it was late-ish afternoon, whether it was 5 o'clock when I got there. I know it was dark when I left. I don't think it was that late. I didn't stay that long. So I can't really say for sure. Maybe 3 hours, maybe.
Okay. And was alcohol being consumed?
Yes.
Now, you've been taken to the, if I may say, reasonable point that had you been directed not to discuss, you would not have.
I wouldn't have went there, no.
Yeah. But as a police officer, you would understand the absolute need for witnesses not to be tainted.
Generally, yes.
In your case, you had given a version prior to the barbecue.
Correct.
And you knew that Rolf had not given a version prior to the barbecue.
Yes.
You didn't need to be told, did you, that you shouldn't be talking about your version in front of Rolf, surely? You knew you should not be doing that, whether or not you had a direction. Is that fair?
Yeah, but I wasn't doing it. I wasn't doing it I was doing it more from a mental health perspective.
I understand, and yeah. I'm not going to disparage the need to address mental health, but as a police officer and an investigator, it's investigation 101, is it not, to not give a version in the presence of another person who is likely to give evidence. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And
sure.
you're the most critical witness in the sense you were the one in the room. Is that correct?
Oh, one of them, yes.
So you would accept that without having to being told, you should not have embarked on a narrative of what happened in that room. Is that fair?
On hindsight, sure.
Now, you accept, do you not, as a general proposition, that the entire project of this arrest of Kumanjayi Walker was a failure in execution by the IRT team?
In the sense of the loss of life?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. In that sense.
Yeah, and in more than that sense, in the sense that you now know, or your evidence is, that you had no knowledge of the arrest plan that had been organised by Sergeant Frost, correct? Correct. You had no idea that her plan, as designed with her local knowledge, was not to arrest that night, but rather to arrest in the morning, correct?
Correct.
With all those other features that Dr. Dwyer took you through, of having somebody that recognised Kumanjayi attending with you, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't asked about this, but the use of the knowledge that it may be the most safe time to arrest was in the morning whilst people were still asleep, to have the element of surprise.
Yeah, that plan is faulty.
What you did was faulty, but the plan was something that you yourself did not even know about.
No, I know that, yes.
Yeah, that's a complete failure of directions and commands. Surely you accept that.
Correct.
So the questions that I wish to go through are on issues that may look forward, if you like, because I, with respect, see and hear that you're acknowledging things that you have learnt since then. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And one of the matters that have interested my clients, and if not others, is the fact that there seemed to be no regard in the arrest attempt by the IRT for the circumstances surrounding the funeral that was on that day. Do you understand? That is a matter of some concern to them.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Now, back then, that is before some of your, the knowledge you've acquired since then, did you understand that there's a high level issues of respect and disrespect associated with police interactions in a community during sorry business? Were you aware of that as a concept at all?
Not at that time.
You discovered that after the event?
Yes, to some degree, I am in agreement with you, and in other areas, that's not necessarily the case.
Look, might you explain?
So, while I was in Utopia Homelands, there was a sorry camp, and often we would go there and present ourselves to say sorry to the family, that sort of thing. So, and they respected that. But there was an occasion where there was someone that was acting up within that sorry camp and disrespecting the people, where we had to arrest him to take him away. So we have arrested people during a sorry camp, and it was well respected and appreciated by the community.
But that's information after the 9th of November.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. So, insofar as any conversation, leave alone plan amongst the IR team, was there any discussion of what the impact of a funeral might have on the timing of the arrest?
No.
And I'm going to have to put something to you that you might find difficult. At the trial, you were asked certain questions by Mr. Strickland as to whether or not you were aware that there was a funeral going on that day. Your answer was, this is at 733B at pages 688 to 689. Transcript at trial 688 to 689. You were asked, were you aware that there was a funeral going on that day? Answer, after the fact I was. I had. Question, you mean, again, after the fact, after the shooting? Answer, after the incident. Question, you weren't told, you didn't know about that before you left Yuendamu Station? I did not. Were you told anything about whether Mr. Walker was likely to attend the funeral? Answer, I was not. Do you recall that they were the questions that you were asked and the answers do you accept that they were the answers you gave?
I'll accept them. I can't remember though. But, yeah.
But that wasn't true, was it?
What do you mean?
That you were aware, for example, when you were comforting Kumanjayi as he was laying down, you said to him, the reference is recorded statement number 1, page 7. You were heard on the body-worn video saying, just relax, man. Hey, you relax. Hey, you just relax, Arnold. So was it your uncle's funeral, or grandfather? How old was he? How many years, etc.? Do you recall saying that to him?
No.
Well, you accept it's on the video, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that stands different to your evidence at trial that you didn't know. Do you accept that?
Yes.
So which is, surely what you said at the trial was not in fact true. Well, we're going to say different to the trial. Put it another way. I'm not trying to catch you out or have you prosecuted or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand what you did not and did not know. The evidence from the body-worn video suggests to me that you were well aware that he had his grandfather's funeral that day, correct? You wouldn't have been asking him about it.
Well, I must have at some stage been aware of it, yeah.
And you accept that that's different from the answers you gave under oath at the criminal trial?
Must have been.
Okay, any explanation for that? Did you regard, so if you did know about the funeral, and this is not a memory test, I'm proceeding on the evidence that you did know, did you regard that important only in terms of intelligence as to where he might be that night, as distinct from recognising the need to show some respect and perhaps defer arrest?
Just thinking, because I can't recall when, if I did know about the funeral, where that would have been, at what stage that I would have been aware.
Can I just say that we've already heard evidence today from the very first report statement that was played. It was your evidence that when you were asking about the house, whether there was somewhere one in there, you said the person answered, "Well, I don't know if anyone's in the house because we're not the owners there over there at that funeral field."
Is that page 4? Thank you, you're ahead of me as always, but that's at page 4, and the precise words were, "Well, I don't know if anyone's in the house because, quote, we're not the owners, they're over there at the funeral thing." That's what they said to you and recorded on your video. And earlier, if I may say, at page 3 in the same statement, you said in your interview, you saw the funeral gathering near the store. So that sort of stands across the idea that you had no idea that there was a funeral before the arrest attempt, and indeed you had a sense that you saw things which suggested that there was a funeral gathering near the store. Do you accept that?
Sure.
So, and I say this respectfully, we've heard how much you have acquired knowledge about the need to be respectful, and with respect, I acknowledge that you have a great sense of humanity with the man that taught you combat, etc. But it suggests to me that you did not apply any sensitivity to the notion of something that we've heard is critically important in relation to timing of an arrest. Do you accept that?
Sure.
And do you accept that the person who might be in a slightly better position than you to know of these things would be the officer in charge of that community, Sergeant Frost, correct?
Correct.
And you would also accept that the other people that would have been of great assistance to the IRT in order to effect an arrest which had the most likelihood of being peaceful would have been the ACPO who worked in the community, correct?
You're referring to Derek Williams?
He happens to be the particular ACPO, but generally an ACPO would be a source of knowledge about the importance of these issues.
Sure.
In relation to the impact on the timing of the
Or
arrest.
ALOs, yep.
Yes.
Yep.
But more so ACPOs with their police officers who are working side by side with you, correct?
I disagree in that sense, because I feel that they know, community members know that they're police officers, where a liaison officer, it doesn't hold that the same level of, it doesn't have the powers of the police, etc. So they feel they can engage with them probably better, I think, than an ACPO,
Right.
from my perspective.
Yeah, we don't have to resolve that disagreement if there is any. The point I'm getting to is this. You arrived at the police station with 4 members of a team, of whom only one of whom you had worked with closely before. That's Hawkins.
Correct.
The other 2, you had no idea who they were, other than they were police officers, and you explained to us how you knew of Rolf.
Yeah, other than the training we had done with the IRT, yeah.
So let's not even worry about working out whether Sergeant Frost's version about the arrest plan as having been distributed is correct, or your version that you never saw it, or Constable Rolf's version that he only took certain pictures of things. Let's just leave that to the side for the moment. How can you explain leaving that station without having any idea of how to time your arrest such as to be culturally appropriate, but more importantly, to have the greatest prospect of a peaceful arrest? How do you explain leaving that station with no inquiry of anyone about the local information that should have been used to plan the arrest?
Sure. So just like when we're doing general duties in Alice Springs, for example, you don't know, you've got some details where someone might be, so you go there trying to find them, and you're speaking to people when you arrive there, and you sort of gather the information on the run, whether you find the person you're looking for there or go to another place. And so that's basically, it's the same concept we followed, because we weren't working within as community police, remote community police. So we don't know anyone there. So we go there in the same way we would within Alice Springs, the same concept about engaging, see where it takes us, and then go from there.
Well, may I just raise two things about that? You knew when you went there as the IRT that you were under the direct command of Sergeant Frost. Surely, you knew that.
Well, she's the officer in charge, so yes.
And when an IRT goes into a remote centre, you are under her authority.
Well,
do you not accept that?
Their authority, yeah. Because it's whether he or she, doesn't matter.
Well, under Sergeant Frost's authority on this occasion.
Correct.
And although it's true, if you're in Alice, you might do what you just said, but here you had the person who had the greatest likelihood of actually understanding the local issues from which to plan an arrest, correct?
Correct.
Well, she should be in the point of call, shouldn't she? Is there something we should know about when we are to arrest this person? That'd be a simple question, wouldn't it? Forget the plan, forget whatever she had and didn't say and do. You, as a person going into that house at 7:15 p.m, you had not accessed any information about the local circumstances that affected the timing of the arrest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's an absolute abject failing on your part, surely.
If that's what you believe.
Well, I'm asking you to comment on my suggestion.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that in Alice Springs, one of the things you do is to go and find out and gather intelligence of where the person might be, correct?
Sure.
And you would have known it at the trial, Mr. Rolf's counsel used this proposition quite a lot, that they were out there to gather intelligence, and if you didn't know where he was, how could you perform the arrest? You understand that line of reasoning? Mm-hmm. And then therefore you needed to find out where he was, correct?
Correct.
When you did find out where he was most likely to be and you're outside the house, surely that's the time that you've gathered the intelligence and then to formulate a plan. Surely that you've achieved the project of finding intelligence about where he might be, correct?
Where he might be, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You used the word, you had a great suspicion.
Yes.
That he was in that house.
Or one of the two houses, the blue one or the red one, yeah.
But once you got to that point, you'd achieved the project of finding where this fellow was. Do you accept that?
Potentially was, yes.
Surely at that time was the time to ring Frost, or Sergeant Frost, and say, we've located him. Shall we go in and arrest him? Surely.
I hadn't confirmed that was him, so how could I say that?
Well, surely you could say, we think he's in this house. Shall we go get him? Because you don't want to respond to that question. I don't mind. You're not going to respond?
Do you want to respond?
I wasn't. Who knows what I was thinking at that time? That's a long time ago, so I can't really say.
Well, with respect, please don't deflect. We do want to know what you were thinking and why you didn't do certain things. That's the only way we're going to learn going forward. You're in an instructor's course. You've been agreeing with the notion you might be able to teach people how to better do this. In your position that you came in there in the way you were, you had ascertained and formed a great suspicion that he was in that house. Fair?
Fair.
What would you be now instructing a constable in that situation to do with that information?
Well, you can't act on a suspicion, so you need to determine for sure whether that person's in there. So you need to ask the people if he's in there.
Now, at that point, you had the disadvantage of not knowing what he looked like, correct?
Correct.
Sorry.
It's true, photographs. There's evidence because he has seen video. Yes.
Fair. No, fair. I stand corrected, that's fair. But you didn't see yourself being in a position to identify him by sight, did you? From what you had been shown on video? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Yeah. So, wasn't one thing you might have done, knowing that Alfeo was still in the station, he just left him 5 minutes earlier, say, listen, he might be in there, can you come down and help us identify him? Would that have been one possibility?
Definitely.
And might it also not have been even less nuanced, is simply to ring Sergeant Frost and say, what do you want us to do? You told us to arrest him if we've come across him. We've now worked out where he's likely to be. What do you want us to do?
That could have been an option, yeah, definitely.
And we now know that what you would have been likely told is to come back.
Correct.
And attend the arrest in the framework that she had designed with her experience and knowledge and the personnel available to her.
The evidence that Sergeant Frost said, if you come across him, grab him and bring him back under 137. They are sent there as special police up to Alice Springs to do a task, and we found him and sought to arrest him.
I don't know if that's an objection or a submission, Your Honour.
No, well, it's just unfair questioning.
I don't think you can surmise what Sergeant Frost may or may not have done.
That's fair.
Made a call.
That's fair. One thing I meant to ask you in the narrative as you left Alice Springs, you had no specific communications with Sergeant Finesse, did you? We've been told that he had understood and had communicated to McCormack with the understanding that you would know that no arrest was to be attempted that night and to wait for the next day following the funeral. Will you accept that that's his evidence?
How would I have known?
No, I'm just asking you, would you accept that that was his evidence?
Just accept that.
Oh, okay, so accept.
Yeah. Would you accept also that that's information that you should have been given by those who were briefing you to go out?
Definitely.
Do you accept that?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to raise with you, this is my final topic for you. Your evidence is that you did not access the promise system at all in relation to Kumanjayi Walker. Is that correct? Is there a reason why you didn't do that, knowing that you understood your instructions were to go and arrest this fellow?
I don't know why I didn't.
Do you think you should have?
Usually I would.
Do you think you should have on this occasion?
Sure.
And can you assist us in why you didn't do that on this occasion?
I don't know why.
Nobody was in a hurry, were they?
No.
You got there early. You got there 4 hours earlier than expected, correct?
Well, I didn't know what time she was expecting us out there, so I can't really say whether I got there early or not.
Certainly, but you certainly knew that the arrest of Kumanjayi was not an urgent event. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, he wasn't running around with a weapon around the community at that time,
Yeah.
so yeah.
As you were about to go find this person, would not a crucial piece of information be what is known about Kumanjayi Walker before you take steps to go arrest him? You've accepted that before.
Sure.
What I want to raise, probably as an issue for further submission down the track is that some improvement on the promise system, accepting that you didn't access it on this occasion. One of the things about the promise system, as I understand it, is that it accumulates information in a chronological way. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you might have an initial arrest alert, and then there might be some information logged in by somebody, then it's added in sequentially with further information, correct? Do you think it may be useful if the system for information about an arrestee was a bit, if you like a Tinder-like dating app, where you can have information that you need to know about that person, and you can look at how it's modified and changed in time. So at a point in time, namely the 9th of November, there would be a 2 or 3 pages which gave you the essential information that we've been talking about. Do you understand?
I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with the Tinder-like dating app.
So you're aware of the concept of a dating app.
Concept, yes.
And I'm not suggesting that you've utilised it at all. You know, the idea is that information about that person can be updated, correct?
On the promise system?
No,
On the dating app?
Yes, like somebody loads up a profile, they put a picture, right?
I don't use them, so I don't know. So
Have you ever seen one?
I've seen it, yeah.
Okay, well, you know what I'm talking about. There's a picture of a person sometimes.
Yes.
Maybe a dated picture, correct?
Okay.
There'll be information about who they are, their age, etc.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'd introduce the lightheartedness. I'll stop now, right? But what
I understand most of the pictures are dated, but I haven't used them.
I'm going to stop, Yoro. I'm going to stop on that analogy for now. The point I'm trying to make is this. Rather than having to roll through sequential information that various people are putting up, some of which may in fact be inaccurate, it's better to have an up-to-date document that sets out the information of the kind that Dr. Dwyer was putting to you, of what you ought to have known, his age, possible FASD, cognitive impairment, hearing impairment. You said earlier, they're all matters which were vital to formulating the best way to arrest this young man.
Definitely,
right.
yeah.
And my suggestion to you is, and I wonder whether you would agree, that it would be useful to have a arrest profile which was up to date at the time a person seeking to go arrest somebody can access. Like, for example, Kumanjayi's profile would have changed from the 29th of October when he absconded from Kapu to the 6th of November on the axe incident, for example.
Yes.
So the information needed to be known about him changed significantly on the 6th of November when information of that video, correct?
Yeah.
It would have been useful, would it not be, to not just see a video of that act, but the information from the police officers involved in that incident to hear what they thought of that incident. Would that be fair?
Yes, but then wouldn't that... I agree with that. It definitely, it could help you, definitely.
Because you could contextualise what is captured on a video, which may not always fairly capture all that occurred in the incident. Is that fair?
Correct.
And we now know a lot more about that because Lanyon Smith and Chris Hand have in fact told us what they felt and thought at the time and what they reported to Sergeant Frost. Okay? For example, that they never felt that he was going to use the axe, but rather he used it in order to get past them and run away, and that he'd thrown the axe away. Right? So that ameliorates some aspect of the seriousness of the actions. Would you agree with that?
No.
Okay. You did not want to know how the police officers viewed Kumanjayi after the axe incident in taking into account how to arrest him.
That's important, sure, because I understand, bush policing and community and engagement and things, but if someone's presented with an axe, that's a risk they're putting themselves into that you shouldn't really be doing that. Yeah.
And is it fair to say that your focus of what you should do in your arrest was informed by what you saw in the video?
In that particular circumstance,
On that day, on the 9th,
Yes.
you'd seen it at least 3 times being shown by Rolf, this video of the accident incident. Fair? You saw it 3 times.
well, I don't know about 3 times, but yep, okay.
You saw it multiple times.
I saw 2 at once.
But you saw 2 at once on more than one occasion.
Can't recall.
All right.
Okay.
But you use that to provide the primary information of how to arrest this young man. Is that fair?
Not how to arrest him, no, but information obtained from him that he had potential to be put in a high-risk situation, yeah.
Would you agree that insofar as an arrest profile for a member of the Yundumi community, it would be very useful, if not necessary, to have some information about the cultural issues that would be encountered in attempting an arrest at Yundumi?
Definitely, yeah.
You would find it useful to work out the timing of the arrest.
Yes.
And you would find it useful knowing how you might contact the ACPO that worked in the community to see if they could assist. Is that fair?
Yes.
One of the pieces of information that had been accumulated in this inquest is that on several occasions when Kumanjayi was being arrested, whether for cognitive reasons or hearing reasons or any other reasons, it sometimes took a person that knew him up to 40 minutes to explain to him what was going to happen in order for him to peacefully give himself up. Had you heard that before? No. Surely that's an important piece of information, isn't it, of the arrest history of the arrestee?
Definitely.
You would think that that's critical information that should be available for anybody embarking upon an arrest attempt on somebody in the community.
Definitely.
You agree? Do you think it would be useful that you are required as a police officer to in fact ascertain, or in the current system, in fact access the promise system to make sure they know who they're going to arrest? That it's a requirement rather than a choice.
You're saying to put that into practice, so they make it a requirement?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
No, it's not a bad idea.
In a case like this, I'm not going to survey all the issues here on this question, but one of the matters that Dr. Dwyer was able to get from you was that there was actually no line of command in that IRT as you left on the 707.
No, not on that particular day, no.
Yeah. And that's an absolute dangerous framework, isn't it, for police to be going into the community with no line of command or team leader as to what to do. Is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't take your AR-15 from the station or from the car into the community. Is that correct?
I did, but that was after the fact.
Yeah, no, certainly. When you left to go look for Kumanjayi, you made the decision not to take your AR-15.
Correct.
And we've heard why one might not do that in a community. I don't want to touch that. You saw that another person in your team had an AR-15,
Yes.
correct? Did that not concern you? That for the very reasons why you didn't take one, that somebody else in your team in fact had one?
No.
Any conversation about that?
No. I think the policy around better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it has always been.
Why did you not follow that policy?
Because he had one, so I didn't need one.
Is that an afterthought or is that a thought you had at the time?
That's a common thought.
Did you have
process.
that thought at that time?
I don't know. That was 3 years ago.
Oh, sorry, there was one matter I did want to take you up. I don't want to get into the anthropological conversation about what payback is, but just on some of the answers that you gave when Counsel Assisting and Her Honour was asking you, I want to read to you from page 59 of the interview on the 13th of November. You're asked this question by Wood. question, we might do that after, yep. Why was a crime scene not established at the house? Your answer was this. For safety reasons, we needed to get out there because you can only see how things would have unfolded. I know being what community members are like, if we were there rendering first aid, whether they would have attacked us there while we were trying. But if he would have passed away there in the house, then they would have wanted payback then and there. Do you recall saying that?
No, I don't recall saying that, but obviously I did.
Sorry, you accept that you did say that? That doesn't seem to stand with what you just spoke about just before the break, does it?
In relation to...
Payback.
Well, when you talk about payback, yeah. So in relation to a general sense of vengeance, it's a similar concept. If you were to, lose someone close to you, involved, and it was the police or whoever had done that, if they were rendering first aid, you could appreciate potentially you'd be angry about what's happened. But if they passed away, then you know how your emotions would be affected, whether you'd be distraught, anger, all sorts of things could come over you, not just as part of the Walpurgis people, but also as anyone in any community.
Where, when you say any community, you mean any non-Indigenous community as well?
Correct.
So you're not, you weren't, when you were using the word payback in that answer, were you referring to the natural human desire for revenge? Is that what you were talking about?
But I also have family who are Walpurgis. I understand from their perspective about their payback concepts as well. So I understand both.
Where have you understood the Walpurgis understanding of what you call payback?
Well, I've been out to Willaura for that. They were trying to seek payback for a family of someone that was that lost their life here in Alice Springs, and so that concept of payback, I understand. They wanted to seek payback, like spearing in the leg. That's as payback for what had happened and anyone involved. So there's mediation goes on in between, and
Okay, I've just finished with this question. Would you accept that, from a general proposition, there's a great need for there to be a greater understanding of customary matters such as that before you assume that your understanding is in fact correct? You've said some things about payback then with respect doesn't accord with my understanding of the notion, even with the limited study I've had of it, okay? Do you accept that before you use it as a premise for a policing decision or as a force, use it as a premise, there has to be greater understanding of having payback explained to non-Indigenous people instead of working on the interpretation that's picked up on the job, as it were?
I think it can only help.
Well, sometimes it's said little knowledge is dangerous. Would you accept that if you've misinterpreted what the notion of payback is, to use your word, that's a dangerous piece of information if you're going to use that in terms of policing decisions?
It could be.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think I'll be 20 minutes. Constable Ebel, is that pronunciation correct?
Correct.
My name is Mullins. I appear on behalf of the Brown family. I'm going to raise an issue that some members of the Brown family might find distressing up at first, and I just tell people that who might be watching on the live screen. As Kumanjayi Walker lay dying in the police station on the evening of 9 November 2019, you sat next to him. And he said to you, "Help me." And a second time he said to you, "Help me." That's right. Have you ever sat with a dying teenage boy before?
No.
You have a son yourself. You've volunteered.
I have a son.
Yes.
Yes.
So you do have some understanding of what the loss of a son might be for a father.
Yes, I do have intimate understanding, actually.
And you held his hand. That is, you held Kumanjayi's hand.
Correct.
You stroked his hair. That's right. You just have to answer.
Yes,
It
sorry.
doesn't have to be yes or no, but you have to answer. And you think that he got some comfort from that.
Well, I don't know what he was thinking at the time, but I was offering what I thought, would be comforting. Yeah.
And you didn't have to do that.
No.
Did it ever occur to you at the time that, irrespective of what he had done or what had been alleged against him, it would have been good if one of his family was there with him in his final moments?
Oh, definitely.
And did you ever think to raise that with other people within the police station, that maybe we should try to get in contact with some family who might be outside to come and join him inside?
Not at the time, no.
Did you think or ever contemplate bringing a person or suggesting that a person be brought in from outside the police station inside the police station during the course of the evening?
No.
And is the reason you didn't contemplate that because you were scared yourself?
Well, potentially we didn't want to escalate anything. And if you bring the thought process, like I wasn't making the decisions as to, that was Sergeant Frost as to what was going on, but probably the concept behind not bringing someone in, because if they then become aggressive or angry about what's happening, and then you're going to have to deal with that situation. And it's all about protecting the community as much as possible. We're not putting anyone in harm's way,
But to bring one or two people in is unlikely to have caused problems within the police station itself, given that almost every person in the police station was armed with a weapon, except for the nurses.
I don't think whether someone's armed with a weapon or not, when they're emotionally compromised, has any bearing on how they want to react in that circumstance, from my experience.
You said earlier in the evidence that you and Constable Hawkins had a similar philosophy of policing. Can you just briefly describe that philosophy?
Yeah, so I'm relating to the youth and community engagement around being firm but fair. So a lot of the kids, roaming the streets, we're engaging them in a positive sense, kicking the footy with them, having running races, what have you. But then there's also a line in the sand where if they cross that, then we have to, this is not okay. And so we'd address it, in a fair way, but a firm way as well, in the sense of that's not, you're breaking the law or something, and then we'd deal with it appropriately, like obviously take them home or what have you. Yeah.
And part of that is dealing with people with respect.
Of course.
And that's always been part of your philosophy of policing, is treating people with respect.
Yes.
When you watched the body-worn camera video of the axe incident, you recollect that took about 3 or 4 seconds, the whole incident, from start to finish. That's right?
Yes.
And you understood that before that incident, on 6 November 2019, Kumanjayi Walker was wanted for the breach of a suspended sentence.
I wasn't aware, but afterwards I was, yes.
Yeah. And if you had been sent out in Alice Springs to pick up a person who was wanted for the breach of a suspended sentence, it's a pretty low-level offence, isn't it?
Depends on what the suspended sentence is for, but it's just the general arrest them and take them before the court, and then, yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty low level in the scheme of arrests.
What do you mean by low level? Can you define that? What you mean by that?
In the sense that the person's not wanted for murder, or he's not wanted for armed robbery. He's wanted for a fairly low level offence.
Yeah.
Now, the 3 seconds of the axe incident that you watch changed Kumanjayi to a potentially a very dangerous offender, in your view. That's right?
Yeah.
So when the group of 4 in the IRT rode into the community in the vehicle, armed with the guns that you had to arrest him, you were looking for a potentially very dangerous offender. That's
Correct.
right? And you've described already the assault rifles that were in the vehicle.
Correct.
There was only one beanbag shotgun, is that right?
Yeah, it's just a general shotgun that can be utilised with the beanbag round that goes in there. So any shotgun, 12 gauge, is able to utilise the beanbag round.
But all 4 of you had your Glocks?
Yes.
And so you said in one of your interviews that the IRT were often used in hostage-type situations.
Yeah, that'd be from a cordon point of view, yeah.
Right. Now, you'd been to Univille once before, is that right?
Yeah, just to the airstrip.
So you realised that that was a people's home?
Yeah, of course.
It was a community? Did you know anything about the history of the Walpiri people? Did I hear you say that you had family who are Walpiri?
Yeah.
Did you know the history of the Walpiri people?
Not out that way, no.
Did you know about the Coniston Station massacre?
No.
Did you have any idea of how the people within the Walpiri community might feel about guns? Sorry, in the Walpiri community or the Yunamu community might feel about guns?
No.
I'm going to suggest to you that when you went and spoke to Sergeant Frost, that she gave you an informal briefing consistent with the plan that you've seen on the screen here today?
I don't recall any.
In any case, as the sun set on the 9th of November, you headed out with the other IRT members into the community. And you've told the inquest already that you stopped first at house number 577 and you spoke to the occupants there, that's right?
Yes.
Can you explain this? When you were arresting Kumanjayi, did you think he might have a firearm?
Who?
Kumanjayi Walker? Yes.
That he might have a firearm?
Yes.
No.
No. Okay. So, sorry, I'll just say this again. You just have to answer audibly, orally, because it's recorded. So to shake your head, yeah, I'll have to keep asking you so you understand. All right. So you didn't think you might have a firearm. So why was it that you needed, or anybody needed, an A15 assault rifle?
So just because someone doesn't have a firearm, that doesn't mean that the justification for use of any firearm that we as police is not necessarily based on whether someone's armed with a firearm or not.
So why did you need an A15 assault rifle?
So with a Glock pistol, so most shootings in relation to an engagement up to about 4 meters, say, yeah? So with a Glock pistol, the accuracy deteriorates very quickly once the range exceeds that. Where an assault rifle, in the sense of, is more accurate over a longer distance. So, for example, if Kumanjayi, let's just say, was to run out at one of the police with an edged weapon, and that officer might be stumbling, he might fall over trying to get his Glock out or something like that. That other officer with the assault rifle may be able to engage to Kumanjayi, like hypothetical, or anybody that's charging at that police officer to preserve his life.
So the A15 assault rifle was for the purposes of taking Kumanjayi down from a distance?
Well, not just Kumanjayi, but anyone potentially, yeah.
Well, there was no one else, was there, that was out in the community that was going to cause you a problem? It was Kumanjayi. And you had the A15 assault rifle ready at any point in time to take him down from a distance. That's it?
Correct.
And what about the beanbag shotgun? What was that for?
So that's for a less lethal option. So it's gain subject control via pain compliance. That's what it's used for. So it gives you a greater range than, say, the taser, for example.
When you're in normal uniform duties and you go out to a house to arrest a person, as you described to Mr. Bowe a few moments ago, do you ordinarily take an A15 assault rifle to protect against the circumstances that you've described?
Now,
Yes.
no, the concept around the use of that weapon has changed.
When you were working on uniform duties in Alice Springs and you went out to arrest somebody, just in ordinary uniform duties, would somebody take an A15 assault rifle? Sorry, AR-15 assault rifle?
Like now or back then?
No, back then.
No, not generally, no, that's not the case.
So even though what you were doing here was effectively uniform duties, where you were tasked to go and arrest a person in these circumstances, the four of you felt it was needed to have the assault rifle the entire time on show.
I can't answer for Anthony Hawkins, but like I said before, that was part of the IRT kit that we...
Well, and do you accept that, I think you accepted when you were answering questions from counsel assisting, that would be frightening to people in the community?
Potentially.
Is that actually deliberate? Because it's used as a persuasion tool.
I can't answer that, I'm sorry.
Well, you were part of a group of four who went out into the community with an assault rifle that was brandished, whilst almost every... Well, it's a verb, Your Honour, and I think when we see in the video footage of the Constable Hawkins holding it, but I'll use another term, it was carried the entire time, openly and visibly, to almost every person who would have observed Constable Hawkins. Was that designed to persuade people to comply? Not in your view. Right. Now, you then went to houses 581 and 511, and you've already answered some questions about that to counsel assisting. We've seen Ms. Snape with the child on her hip and the little toddler also running in and out of the screen. And am I right to say that the toddler followed you a little bit down the as you were walking?
Yes.
And I think you've conceded that it was inappropriate that you said what you said to Ms. Snape about a person shouldn't run at police with an axe or something.
Correct.
And was it the case, though, that was also another attempt to persuade the people in the area, including that woman at that point in time, to cooperate with police?
I think I used the term that I think I said before, that I said that in reference that if people are going to run at police, then extra police are going to come in that set of circumstances. I think that's what I was referring to.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so what you're searching for is an attempt to achieve compliance. That is, you're trying to persuade that person to comply with your direction to provide information. That's what it's all about.
No.
And I suggest to you that's what your language was all about.
No, that's not correct.
And I suggest to you that's what the firearms were all about, was attempting to persuade people to comply with your direction.
Your Honour, his earlier evidence was that, in effect, that it was a precaution, and he gave the description that it is better to have the AR-15 and not need it than to need it and not have it. That was his earlier evidence. It's been suggested that he's done it for the purpose of bringing down Mr. Walker, and that was not his evidence earlier.
Sure, but I'm going to allow their cross-examination.
Just for clarity, Your Honour, I'm not suggesting to you that that was your evidence before. What I'm putting the proposition because I'm going to address on it in due course. Now, the events happened in House 511. I'm not going to go through those, but they also took about 3 seconds, didn't they?
Something like that, yeah.
And as you walked the perimeter of House 511, you had no concerns about your safety, did you, before that event happened?
No.
But the moment that event happened, after those 3 seconds and those 3 shots, everything changed, didn't it?
Definitely.
You heard the wailing outside. That's right?
Yes.
You heard the screaming. of the women and the children who are outside the house.
Yes.
That's right. We can hear it on the video footage. We don't need to play it again. And it goes, it's loud and it's invasive. That's right.
Yes.
Now, your obligation at the crime scene was to do at least three things. The first was to secure the crime scene. That's true?
Establish a crime scene is
Yes.
the first thing, yeah.
And you didn't do that.
No.
The second thing was to call 000 to bring first aid to the person who had been injured. That's true?
It would be, yeah.
You didn't do it. Wasn't much point because there was no Northern Territory Health had withdrawn their people. But anyway, you didn't do that. The third thing that you needed to do was to stabilise and do the best you could the person who had been severely wounded.
Yes.
And you didn't do that either.
How so?
Well, you didn't stabilise him. You dragged him back to the vehicle and put him in the back of the police vehicle. That's right.
In a safe environment, yes.
And handcuffed him. Well, when you say safe environment for Kumanjayi Walker or safe environment for the IRT?
Safe environment for everybody, including the community.
See, the reason you didn't do your duty was because you were now scared, weren't you?
It's against our...
And he hasn't accepted that he didn't do his duty.
Well, first of all, do you...
It's most unfair in those circumstances to
Sure,
suggest
to roll it up in that way.
All right. Well, you didn't secure the crime scene.
We've
That's
been
right.
through that.
Yeah, so I've got that concession. You didn't secure the crime scene.
No, I did not.
All right. So that one thing you didn't do because you were scared.
I was concerned for the safety of the community, as our primary role is protect life.
Did you think the community was going to effect payback, and that's using your words from your interview on 13 November, against anybody other than the 4 IRT members?
If we stayed there, or...
Yes, if you stayed there.
I think that's like I said before, you don't want to put yourself in an undue risk to potentially escalate a situation. So we want to minimise risk, and so we moved away, so potentially mitigate those risks of an escalation.
Yeah, that's risk of danger to you.
And to the community.
Well, the only danger to the community is if you responded to somebody putting you in danger.
Correct.
That's right. That's right. So if somebody tried to assault you and you shot another person, that's the danger you're talking about in respect to the community.
I'm sure they had firearms in the community as well for hunting, etc. So it can, you don't want to put yourselves in any of that.
Did a single person touch you?
No.
Did a single person try to touch you?
No.
I know a dog
Well, other
bit you.
than Kumanjayi.
I know a dog bit you, but no one in the community who you felt were posing a threat to you either touched you or moved to touch you.
Object. I don't think there's evidence is that the people in the community were posing a threat to him, to be fair, Your Honour. There's evidence that they moved out quickly from the situation for various reasons, but not that the community was posing a threat, in fairness to the community.
I'm not suggesting the community are posing a threat. I'm putting the actual reverse proposition that no one in the community posed a threat to you before you got in the vehicle. Did they?
No, not before we got in the vehicle, no.
You took Kumanjayi back to the police station, that's right? You assisted to provide CPR to the best you could, although your involvement wasn't substantial, was it? In providing the CPR? No. There were other trained military people who had that expertise that you didn't.
Correct.
You were aware that people outside the station were throwing rocks and they were angry? That's right?
Yes.
And they were crying?
I think that would have been, probably, yes.
Now, at one point in time, a convoy of police vehicles drove from the police station to the airport. That's right?
Correct.
And you were the driver of one of those vehicles?
No, I was not.
Were you a passenger?
I was.
Do you know what the arrangement was? Well, I'll withdraw that. Did you understand that an ambulance was going to be part of that convoy?
No.
Now, in the days that followed, you said to my learned friend Mr. Bowe that I think your words were, in hindsight, you realised you probably shouldn't have been talking to other people who had been at the scene in the days that followed. That's right?
Yes.
It's not a question of hindsight. You knew at the time you shouldn't have been talking to them, didn't you?
No.
In your first interview at 3 o'clock in the morning on the 10th of November, you observed to, is it Sergeant Powell, that Tony, who's Tony? Hawkins, isn't it?
Correct.
That he had taken Rolf's shirt and put it in an exhibit bag. That's right?
Yes.
And he'd had his weapons taken off him. That's Rolf. That's right?
Yes.
You understand that the evidence gathering process had started as early as the night of the 9th of November.
Yes.
And are you saying that you didn't know that it was inappropriate for you to speak to other people who were engaged in the event in an informal way in the days that followed before they were interviewed?
That didn't cross my mind, no.
I see. Now, you told counsel assisting that you learnt from a friend about the importance of respect, of speaking to elders before you came onto country, and so on, in dealing with Indigenous people. That's right? And that was before, correct me if I'm wrong, that was before the 9th of November that you'd had those learnings.
Yes.
That's right? I suggest to you that you didn't apply any of that on the 9th of November.
No, I did not.
You treated Sergeant Frost and the instructions that you gave you with disrespect, didn't you?
No, I did not.
I suggest to you that when you spoke to, you had no regard, I should say, you had no regard for the fact that there was a funeral on that day.
I don't know. I can't recall whether I regarded that or didn't regard that.
I suggest to you that you accept the comments to Elizabeth Snape were entirely inappropriate.
Yes, that's what my evidence suggested.
I suggest to you that your entry to House 577 was done without seeking appropriate permission.
I never went into House 577.
But you were present as part of a team that did.
Well, Zach went in there. I'm not too sure what approval or what he did to gain entry in there.
I suggest that your entry to House 511 was also without appropriate approval.
Well, I thought that Zach had approval and we went in together. So that was where my basis was formed. Yeah.
And I suggest to you that the talk about your appreciation of the respect that needed to be shown to Indigenous people was not on show on the evening of 9 November 2019. Do you accept that?
Sure.
Nothing further. Thank you, Honour.
I think we've made, or you might have made some arrangements to stay a little bit longer tomorrow than had otherwise planned. Thanks for making those arrangements or making yourself available. We'll adjourn till 9:30.
That fell out. Just
Thanks, Maxine.